3 years ago, Murder Drones came out. It would go on to change countless lives and fundamentally alter the course of indie animation forever.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there.
Tyro, why are you interrupting the intro for the project?
Wait, what project? Oh, you mean this project?
Yeah, I do.
What's up, my guys and gals? It's your boy TotallyNot, back with another
amazing project!
Yeah, thanks, Yag.
With Murder Drones officially coming to an end, we've decided to gather over 50 Murder Drones content creators together one last time to say goodbye to the show.
Why, yes, indeed we have.
Oh, hey Dyer.
What's up, man?
This project has been in the works for a while, so I really hope you all enjoy this absolute behemoth of a project that we have made for you today.
With all of that said,
let's get started.
Boo. Hey, bet you thought you'd never see my dumbass again, but here we are, folks. Welcome to the Yagsterr channel. I shouldn't be here. I'm AuxCord, if you didn't know that already, by the, dumbass balaclava getup. I came out of my Canadian retirement igloo for a very special occasion this time. Big-ass trivia collab with, like, everyone in the Murder Drones community, which is pretty cool. Now, if you're wondering why I got this wacky getup going on, first of all, admire the drip. I got the SCP patches. I got that shit on the helmet. You know, I got the MTF, Mobile Task Force, Village Idiots. You know I got that shit on. Secondly, it's spooky season, so of course I gotta dress up nice for the folks. You know, hit them with the... Goodness, I can't do this with this on. I gotta take it off. Hold on. Huzzah! Yeah, I can't do it with the helmet either. So much for that nonsense, right? Okay, at least we got the OG headset on. That's great. I can hear and feel better now. Although the jokes and nonsense aside, let's do some fucking trivia. Now, the first question I have written down is, what did I contribute to this community? I'm the dude who made this, and this, and then a little bit of this. I think that sums it up pretty well. It's all people know me for. But I'll try and do some other stuff soon so you can, like, know me for other stuff.
Hey everyone, it's me, Lolmare Studios, if you don't recognize me. I am here to say my final goodbyes to Murder Drones. I just wanted to say thank you to Liam Vickers and Glitch Productions for creating this amazing indie animated show that I could never feel more connected with. The first time when I watched Murder Drones was around when episode 2 came out, so that does mean, yes, I missed the pilot episode by a year. But I am grateful that I did miss it because I would have had to suffer a year of waiting for the next episode. So I am grateful that I did watch it around when episode 2 came out, and then like a few months later, episode 3 aired. So yeah, my first time watching it, I immediately fell in love with the design of the characters, their personality, more specifically and Uzi. And yeah, I loved everything about the show. I loved how high quality animated it was, and like the story behind it, and it's just every little detail about it was great. I really love the story. I really love Liam Vickers' style. And just, you know, like I said, I love almost everything about this show. And without Murder Drones, I don't know where I would be right now. I mean, Murder Drones was literally the reason why I was stuck at 6,000 subscribers for, like, I would say maybe a year or two. But when I started making Murder Drones content, like I started doing comic dubs and everything, I went from 6,000 to 10,000, and I would say about in a span of maybe 4 or 5 months. I have no idea. It's been such a long time since I hit that number. Point is that Murder Drones helped me a lot with not just myself, but also with growing my YouTube channel. I've had so much fun watching all of the episodes and being a part of all of these projects as a voice actor, because without Murder Drones, I would have never become a voice actor. And I was heavily inspired by Michael Kovac, who voiced his serial designation N, to become a voice actor. I loved N's character so much that when I searched up the voice actor and I started watching all the other projects that he was in, it really inspired me to become my own voice actor. So I have to thank not just Murder Drones, Liam Vickers, and Glitch Productions. I have to thank everybody in the Murder Drones cast. Michael Kovac, Elsie Lovelock, Nola, and everybody else who was a part of that cast. You all inspired me to become a voice actor. As sad as it is that it is the end of Murder Drones, and we're probably not gonna get anything else Murder Drone related in the future. Sorry, I can't talk. You know, this is. I mean, Murder Drones was honestly everything to me, and seeing it go so soon is just, it really hits. And I genuinely hope that all of these fan projects will keep the Murder Drones community alive. And now I'm gonna talk about like my favorite parts of the show. I'm gonna start off with Ann and Uzi. Like, they are just my favorite couple in like the entire show. Honestly, my favorite couple in the entire like universe? I don't know. I first obviously started shipping them around when episode 3 dropped during the prom, and I absolutely loved like the prom dance and everything. They were just so cute together, and that is like one of my top #1 favorite scenes. And the moments in episode 4 during the therapy falling scene, that was so wholesome. And then episode 6 with them walking down the hallway holding hands, and then finally in the final episode of the show, them just being them saying that they want to date and everything, and then end at the very end saying, "That's my girlfriend." Those are my all-time favorite scenes of Murder Drones. There are some, there are other, funny scenes that don't involve Ann and Uzi, but, there are other ones. But I just, overall, what tops over my favorite scenes is all of the scenes with Ann and Uzi being wholesome together and absolutely adorable. Like I said before, I hope these Murder Drones fan projects like Murder Drones Insecurity, Murder Drones Strays, Murder Drones End of the Line, and Murder Drones Intermission, even though that's already done. All of the Murder Drones fan projects that are becoming big right now, I genuinely hope that they keep the Murder Drones fandom alive, and I will be a part of it for as long as I hope to be. Because obviously, as we get older, and if, Murder Drones does end up dying, which I hope it doesn't. If it does end up dying, though, I hope that it ends in a very satisfying way that we can all be happy with. This is the end of my video. I just wanted to say one final thank you, Murder Drones. Thank you, Liam Vickers. Thank you, Glitch Productions. And thank you to the entire team of Glitch Productions for creating this amazing show that I will remember, hopefully, until the day I die. And before I go, I have to end it with one more. I'm Serial Destination N! And bite me!
Three years since Murder Drones Pilot was released. 3 years! So hello, I'm About243, a Murder Drones YouTuber. Who would have guessed? I make weird Murder Drones videos with diverse ideas since episode 6. Cool, who cares? So yeah, I'm gonna talk about my journey throughout the show since the moment I discovered it, I guess. I mean shit that I started making content about the show since episode 6, but that doesn't mean that I started watching the show at that time. I was actually around Murder Drones since the pilot. Not only that, I was around Glitch since 2018 with the funny Ho-Ho Mario worshipping spaghetti show called SMG4. And yeah, that's probably what got me into Murder Drones. I was a huge SMG4 fan. I almost watched every episode of his back then. Now he's kinda not ideal. But in 2020, on the beginnings of November, I believe, if my dementia did not affect me as a person, I was randomly scrolling through my recommendations page until I saw a video called Murder Drones the Pilot with a weirdly displayed robot in the thumbnail, and I was like, damn, the thumbnail looks really interesting actually. Shut up, you dirty minded. And then I clicked on the video. I don't exactly remember what I was expecting, honestly. Amazon drones killing humans because I don't know why. So yeah, I watched the episode and oh my god, how the hell is this made in YouTube and so well written and cool, and I don't know, must have been a big studio, right? So I checked the channel's name and what? The same people who make the funny Gmod with Mario 64 green screen gameplay made this masterpiece? I was mind blown. So after that I remembered they had Meta Runner before and they release a new episode every week or month, I don't really remember. So they definitely will do the same with Murder Drones, right? 1 year gap later. I completely forgot the show even existed at this point. I was just waiting for the new episode and not even considered checking out the fandom or anything. That's until I stumbled upon a video of someone talking about episode 2. I am not sure who they were. I think it was probably Tyromaniac. By the way, shout out to Tyro for being the first Murder Drones YouTuber I ever watched. And I was like, cool. Wait, episode 2 is out already? 17 minutes and 29 seconds later. Oh my god, how is this getting better? Damn, how are those two made by the same people? Episode 2 is really what got me into the fandom and the show in general. I've watched almost any Murder Drones content there, I watched it and I wanted more. I rewatched the episode many times, then rewatched the pilot. I kept rewatching over and over, and then episode 3 came out and now I am even more hooked to the show than before. It was astonishing and now I just spend my time all day thinking about how great this show is while rewatching and watching fan content and stuff. And episode 4 was released too, and I also loved that episode on the first watch at least. We don't really talk about what I think about it now here. The episode threw a lot of plot points that ultimately led to almost nothing at the end, but speculation, conducting theories, dissecting every frame in the episode were really fun. And I think it is what made Murder Drones what it is for me. The show did a really good job at providing mystery and enough questions and lore for the fandom to have fun dissecting, which is a hell of fun, honestly. People say episode 4 and 5 were bad and stuff. Yeah, they might be poorly written, but speculating, dissecting every detail in such episodes makes up for the poor writing, in my opinion. It was just very fun. And I also started caring about a new type of content, review channels, the most highlighted one being Vanity Moth, and that teaches me that criticizing something doesn't mean you hate it. It can actually mean you really care about it. And that's how I found a new activity to do in my free time. And even when there was a great episode that was released, episode 6, it didn't feel the same for me. It almost provided answers to many questions, so there wasn't a real reason to keep rewatching it over and over again like the previous episodes. And that happened with the next episodes too. They were mostly just solving mystery, so there isn't really a big reasoning behind spending a lot of time dissecting them, but they were really good, honestly. I'm not saying they were bad at all. And yeah, after episode 6, I wasn't doing anything to appreciate the show enough, and I am bored of rewatching, so I decided to create some Murder Drones videos just to appreciate its greatness. But I didn't become a full-on Murder Drones YouTuber yet. So yeah, after that, Murder Drones went for the longest time gap until releasing the next episode. They were doing a 2-month upload schedule, but 2 months after episode 6 and still no news. And what we got instead was the Amazing Digital Circus. Honestly, even though Digital Circus population seemed to be bad for Murder Drones to many fans, I think we cannot deny that it had a pretty bright side too, honestly. And yeah, then episode 7 released finally. I was so happy Murder Drones was back, so I started my Murder Drones content journey for real this time, not just a few videos. I finally could talk and rant about the show freely and to a large amount of people. I could finally praise the show as much as I wanted, and that kinda made me watch the show much less often, but I had another way to appreciate it, so there's no actual need for that. I actually never wanted to be a YouTuber actually, but Murder Drones completely changed my mindset, and with this new mindset I kept on doing Murder Drones videos, and that opened up a lot of new opportunities. I got to meet a lot of new people, I got to discover new talents, join collabs, and be a part of this amazing project right here. And when episode 8 released, I felt a feeling I have never felt since episode 3. I felt pure joy watching the episode without worrying much about the lore or it being confusing at all, which is a very nostalgic feeling that I stopped feeling since episode 4. Many people hated that episode, saying it is a fan service and it had bad writing and stuff, but that doesn't matter. The episode knows what Murder does the best and focused on it, which is something the show kinda stopped doing, and it is really refreshing to see the old vibe of Murder come back for this finale. So yeah, that was my journey. Throughout this amazing journey, I have finally had something to be very passionate about. The show completely changed me, honestly. I loved Murder Drones. I don't know if words can describe my love for this show. Thank you, Murder Drones, for everything you gave us. Thank you, Glitch. Thanks, Liam. Thanks everyone who worked on the show. And thanks for the great and dedicated fandom that this show has. Thanks everyone who contributed to this fandom. I can go on thanking everyone, but that would take a lot of time. So all what I can say, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Both the show and the fandom. Wow, that was long as hell. Man, the memories and nostalgia are making my heart beat up normally fast. Oh god.
Hello, my name is Sirmi. You might know me. I'm an MD creator, glitch kind of content creator that just does their own thing. And a big inspiration that has been, you know, my hyperfixation for 7 months straight has been Murder Drones. I haven't gone a day without thinking about it. I've forced my family to watch it, my friends, because surprisingly I have them. And it's really just been a crazy roller coaster of emotions with this fandom. It's been an amazing part of just, like, my life. It's genuinely been, like, one of the best time periods of my life ever. Like, I finally started on my YouTube again, and I've been so inspired by the amazing voice actors and everything else. It inspired me to do so much other stuff like voice acting, and I've really been getting into that as well. It's so amazing how this silly little robot show has inspired not only me, but so many other people as well, with the MD fan projects like Insecurity, Intermission, all that other stuff that I could just go on for days about, and how talented the artists are and everything else, and the content creators and the theorists. But after all, the show is ending, and we'll see what the fan projects have to offer us, and hopefully this legacy gets carried on forever. And I love this show from the bottom of my heart, and I really hope that one day I'll still look at S.C. Johnson when I'm 46 years old and say, haha, MD reference. I'm sorry. So, to conclude, thank you, Liam. Thank you, Glitch, for bringing this show to life, and thank you, Murder Drones, for, like, everything. Do you get that reference? Also, thank you, Yagsterr, for doing this project. It's pretty sick.
Murder Drones, an indie animated TV show close to many hearts in the indie animated community. This show completely built my channel. It's what gave me a following. It's what really got the attention of basically anyone, whether it be Yagsterr or you guys. And my channel would be nowhere near as large as it is now if it wasn't for Murder Drones. It's crazy to think that Murder Drones first started almost 3 years ago, or depending on when this is showed, exactly 3 years ago. Its impact on Glitch Productions, its impact on the indie animation community, it's been so large. I've even had a lot of time to really fully comprehend how much this show has affected the whole community. However, this whole message, this thank you Murder Drones video, isn't just about how it's affected the whole indie community in general. It's how it affected me, my person, myself, my life. And I'm gonna walk you through on what really Murder Drones did for me. Let's start at the very beginning. Around the end of 2023, around the beginning of December, I was scrolling through my YouTube as normal people do. I found a few memes with referencing some sort of show called The Amazing Digital Circus. I thought it looked interesting, but originally thought it was actually a video game. However, I didn't really think too much of it, considering the fact that I didn't really care for playing a video game about a goofy clown or something. However, the YouTube algorithm saw me watching these videos or memes talking about or referencing the Amazing Digital Circus and recommended me a now retired MatPat film theory video talking about the pilot. I watched the video and pretty much got the entire pilot spoiled for me, but after I finished it, I thought it was really interesting, and decided to search it up on YouTube and watch the actual pilot. After I finished the pilot, I remember thinking to myself that it was really impressive that these people called Glitch Productions were able to make such good animation just based off YouTube and then post it. Although I was pretty disappointed that I got a lot of the episode or pilot spoiled for me because of the MatPat video, I still appreciated the animation, the style of the entire episode, along with the characters, the voice acting, and pretty much everything about the episode. You'd think that I would click on the channel and really see what was going on, but I honestly just closed out of the tab and just moved on with life. I thought it was just a unique find and didn't really think too much of it. That is, until the YouTube algorithm picked up on it and did their thing. I was recommended yet another MatPat video talking about murder drones. I clicked on the video and watched the first 30 seconds before pausing the video. I thought to myself that this video would spoil the entire series made by Glitch Productions, more content from people I knew of from the Amazing Digital Circus. I didn't want my experience partially ruined because I watched a video explaining literally every in and out of the entire series. So I once again went to the YouTube search bar and searched up murder drones and started to watch the entire series. At this time, episode 6 was the latest and most recently released episode, so when I finished episode 6, I thought to myself, what did I just watch? I was very confused. I didn't really understand a lot of the series. I knew it was really good, so I watched the MatPat video hoping that he would explain what exactly happened. He gave a few theories, but mostly what I was focusing on was what exactly just happened and what exactly just unfolded for my eyes. After finishing the MatPat video, I went back and rewatched the series a second time. I once again finished the entire series. And thought it was literally the best series I have ever watched. I basically became addicted for the next 2 months, just rewatching the series over and over and over again, every single night, staying up so I could finish the entire series. I ingrained literally every single frame of the entire series into my eyes. Watched countless theory videos, whether it be Cartoon Universe, Yagsterr, Vanity Moth, or any others. I watched every sneak peek, every trailer, every single video, every single episode at half the speed, trying to catch exactly what was going to happen next. The anticipation of what was going to happen next in the story felt like it was eating me from the inside. This was the first series or piece of media I had truly really connected with, and was literally basically mentally or metaphorically killing me because I wanted to know what was going to happen next in the story. It was getting to the point where I was having dreams about trailers being released about the next episode. Some could call this very concerning, and I completely agree. I was probably very concerning to my parents as I tried to explain the entire lore to this goofy robot horror comedy TV show I found on YouTube. However, if it wasn't for me basically driving myself insane trying to figure out what was going to happen next, I wouldn't have ever created this channel, or my channel. Before this, I've always thought about starting a YouTube channel. However, I had some very basic ideas of what my YouTube channel would be about. First, I thought it was going to be about Geometry Dash, a platformer game that's basically based around Rage, which actually has a pretty big community, especially when it comes to making really cool levels. I was generally decent at playing the game, and had a little bit of experience and knowledge on how to make videos. I actually knew some people who made Geometry Dash content, so I could just ask them for help or for video ideas on how to really use the algorithm into my advantage, and then maybe actually blow up or even get a few views on my videos. Actually, if you were to go to my very first video and watch it, which I highly don't recommend, it's really bad, you can barely hear me, and I also sound horrible since it was a while ago and my voice has changed. You can actually see me use Geometry Dash gameplay in the background of my videos. The other option I saw was Minecraft content, but I ultimately decided not to do this pretty early on in my own thought process on how to start a channel because of how wide and how big the community was. It would be really hard to gain any traction in a community that barely pays attention to small creators. However, Murder Drones opened up a completely new community, a completely new area of content I could talk about and that I actually really cared for. So as soon as I was ready, as soon as the beginning of 2024 rolled around, I started my YouTube channel. I created 4 videos, one talking about indie animation in under 5 minutes, the other one talking about my miscellaneous thoughts about murder drones, another one being my review for the Maze Digital Circus, and another one being why Disney absolutely sucks, which they still do. And the rest is history. I started making videos, I got a little bit of traction, a few tens of views there, a few maybe 30 views there. However, a few things got a little bit of more traction, with me making a video about how episode 8 was supposedly delayed after there was some glitch drama, and then the really big contender of how I got most of my following and a lot of momentum being the release of the sneak peek along with the actual release of episode 7. I've met tons of really cool people. I've met Tyromaniac and Yagsterr, 2 other very large curators that are involved in murder drones or just Liam Vickers stuff. I've met voice actors and other people who are just generally fun to hang out with. I experienced things, did things that I would probably never be able to do if I took my YouTube channel down a different path or even just didn't watch murder drones as a series. I would have never been able to be exposed to the entire indie animation community or just world in general. I would have never been able to watch amazing shows or pilots like Lackadaisy, Cliffside, SSDWL, or anything of the sort. Murder drones has affected me so much in life, whether that be making me a better speaker in front of people, a slightly better editor, even though I'm editing all my videos off iMovie, which I'm hoping to drift away from, obviously, or if it's giving me experiences that are truly once in a lifetime. Murder drones will still be my favorite indie animated show for multiple reasons. As much as I criticize the show and say negative things about it, that's all constructive criticism, or at least I imply it to be. For as much as I bash the show about whether which ships develop the story more, controversial takes that a lot of you probably don't agree with, or whether that just be talking about how certain characters should get more character development, I still enjoy the show a lot. It was able to expose me to a whole wonderful world of indie animation, story writing. It's made me meet new people, whether that just be fellow content creators or even voice actors, and it's truly been one of, if not the biggest inspiration in my whole life. I do dream of making my own indie animated show, or just show in general, but for now, I'm fine just making goofy theory videos about indie animated shows and even murder drones. Even though the show is over, I'll still make videos about it. The show and its community will hopefully not die out, and maybe we'll even get more future content if Glitch does say so, or if Liam Vickers actually wants to. Nonetheless, however, murder drones has still been a huge inspiration for me. It's inspired literally everything I do on this platform, and I hope I can still make videos about it even if the show doesn't release more episodes or content. I have plenty ideas of what I could do with murder drones videos, whether that just be goofy theories or an actual series I have planned, which I actually do. I am planning on making what if videos or scenarios talking about what if something else happened, like what if Uzi met V instead of N and didn't just immediately die, or what if Uzi was an actual mature person. Nevertheless, however, I still have to say thank you. Thank you to Murder Drones for inspiring me for the rest of my life, inspiring me to start my channel, inspiring me to meet new people and join a community that I truly hold dear to my heart. So even though it can't truly express how much I love this TV show, thank you, Murder Drones. Thank you for everything.
Hi, my name is McShan, and as you can tell by my very dapper attire, it's a very special day today. Now, today marks the 3-year anniversary of the Murder Drones pilot. Now, I'd like to thank Yagsterr for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful project. But yeah, like I said, my name is McShan. I'm a voice actor, most particularly known for saying, "I feel so Sigma!" as serial designation N, as well as my other roles as N in other projects such as Murder Drones Insecurity by Animate A Thing and Murder Drones Strays and End of the Line by Zander Russell. Now, I do have these 2 goobers here, but that spot on the back of my wall seems pretty ugly, doesn't it? Not bad. I think I might need another poster right there. Well, now I got that going on, even though my big head blocks it when I'm looking at the camera. So, Murder Drones. It's been a series that has changed my life, in which I've said many times, and I've even made an entire video about it on my YouTube channel. When I first started watching Murder Drones, I didn't make it through the entire episode without clicking out. I got bored. I was distracted. I was just like, I'll come back to it later or whatever. And then after Glitch X of last year happened, that's kind of when I got hooked. I saw Uzi and N's character from Elsie and Michael's performance in that. And I was like, okay, this is intriguing. So I gave it another watch. And I got through the entire pilot, and boy, was I hooked. I was eating that up for dinner, midnight snack, and 4 in the morning snack, because that's how long I was up watching it. Now, when I watched the episode, there was only 6 episodes, so just a little bit of waiting in terms of, the last 2 episodes. But honestly, I have a lot of respect for those who were fans from the beginning and waited the full kind of 2.5 years to get the full series. Now, being in this community has been nothing short of amazing. Now, there's been ups and downs, like every community has, but those ups outweigh those downs so much. Like, the connections and the people that I've met, it's been nothing short of amazing. I really love what this show has done for me and has presented me with this opportunity of pursuing my dreams as a voice actor and the places that I'm starting to go. It's incredible. Now, I've only been in this, voice acting space really known, and it's for, just over 2-3 months. And I'm already well-known, I guess, in the community. At least when someone hears N say, I feel so Sigma, they know it's me, sadly. But, yeah, this community has been great. I love seeing fan art and animatics and just everything about the show in general. I really love this show, and I love the community. There's so much talent in here, and I can't wait to see what each individual does in the future with that talent, because I know everyone in this community has potential for such greatness, and I am their #1 cheerleader. Go you. You. Go you. But yeah, that's about all I have to say about this show. It's genuinely amazing, and I'm more than thankful to be a part of this community, and this community has been very welcoming, and yeah. Thank you, Liam, Glitch, anyone who've worked on the show, the animators, the voice actors, the writers, the audio production team, anyone. The show has been perfection. And I'm really looking forward to see what else is in store for Murder Drones, if there is anything. But yeah, with that being said, bye-bye. And no, I wasn't wearing pajamas with a suit. What are you talking about?
We are never talking about this. Talking about what? Consider it, repress. Hot robots, but me!
This is Murder Zone. You'd think that there's a lot of murders in this show, since it literally has the word murder on its name. Well, you're goddamn right. Hold on. We're not here to talk about an incorrect summary of Murder Drones. We're here to talk about how this show impacted me. But set that aside, let me tell you the story on how I discovered this show about robots killing each other for reasons. It all started about a year ago. It was one fateful night. I was alive. I was awake. And most importantly, I was using Discord. I was browsing normally until someone spammed this one specific clip about a yellow robot getting obliterated by this green railgun. It was Jay. I was really curious on what this show is about, so I watched every episode that was available, which was 2. I found the 2 episodes interesting, but once episode 3 came out, episode 3 was by far one of the best episodes, even to this day in my book. So I thought to myself, why don't I make an AMV about Murder Drones? Anyways, enough creepy storytelling. Let's go to the part on why I made this in the first place. Greetings or hello. I'm Zan, otherwise known as XanLikesCatss. I do AMVs or edits, if you can even call some of my video edits. And based on my name, I really like cats. Anyways, welcome to the reason why I made this video in the first place. Murderons is a very cool series. I like watching it, I like replaying it all the time, and I also love doing videos about it. But just a little fun fact, I never really gotten into the Murderons fandom before. You know, till now. However, even with this lack of experience, I still appreciate the show than I do than other shows. Hell, this is by far one of the longest series I've sticked on, which is a year. Surprisingly, I usually gave up on other series because of too much episodes or just because it's too boring. But this only had 8 episodes. And crazy twist, like when it was revealed that Tessa was actually Sin, and the show was actually giving us hints about it the last episode. I mean, even though the whole series feel rushed, especially episode 8, it still has great written characters, very cool fight scenes, and this.
Dapper buddies.
But in all seriousness, this show really meant something to me, and it's sad to say goodbye to this series that I have known for a year. However, there's always a goodbye to everything, and all I'm gonna say at the end is goodbye, Murderons.
Hello, my name is Blanter Dang. You may know me from YouTube. I make YouTube videos, and I also made a fan fiction called DJ the Finder. It's still in the works, but I am quite fond of it, even if it's obviously not the best thing out there. And you know, as a Murderons content creator, I have had lots of time to talk about the show and its many aspects, but one of the things I have not actually touched upon is the impact it has had on the indie animation industry, which is something that cannot be undersaid because it's quite huge. In fact, probably one of the biggest on the industry that we have seen in a while, because this is the first of like the really big ones to actually finish, and that's huge because, as you know, a lot of things get canceled at their pilot or they just don't have the funding to keep going, and this is the first time that a really big one has finished, and that is big because this has inspired a lot of other people to start, you know, doing their thing, writing their stories, sharing their art, and that is just awesome. Like me, myself, personally, when episode 8 came out, I was like, dang, that was amazing. I am going to write my own fanfiction about it. And I did. So that's how that was, and why I started making Murderons content was because of just a passion for the show that I don't think anything else since like Undertale has made me feel. It's just really amazing, and I know for me personally, I really connect with the show because of V, a character that feels very personal to me, and you know, that's something a lot of the characters in the show have for tons of other people. I know some people really connect with Uzi, some with N, etc., some with V like me, but no matter what, the characters is a huge selling point, and that, along with my passion for the show, has made me decide to make Murderons content, and honestly, it has been going pretty well. I didn't expect to get this big, but I'm very grateful I did, making content about the show I love so much. Finally, I'll just go over like, you know, some final thoughts about the show. It's great. Pretty much every episode was a 10 out of 10, and I love it. I rewatch it all the time. I make a fan fiction about it. I make videos on it. It's just awesome, and I cannot understate just how big of an impact this has had on me and so many people. So thank you guys, everyone on the Murderons team, for bringing this to life, and you know, I'll wrap it up there. I'll let the next person get their turn. Bye. Until the questions part. I'll see you then.
And so I arrive, like news of a finger snap wiping out half of Marvel upon an unsuspecting internet. Did you get that reference? I tip my hat to you. Anywho, I, again, still don't have a fireplace, and so we must improvise. Voila. Anywho, I'm joined here today by Uzi and V and J. Tessa couldn't make it. I wonder why. And Sin said she had some trouble trying on a new pair of clothes. Or finding a fitting pair of clothes. The two must be unrelated. Anywho, I come to you today. Thank you to Yagsterr and a lot of other very wonderful people in the Murder Drones community to say goodbye. Murder Drones was something that, and I'll try to be brief, as I am known as a yapper. Shameless plug for my the various ships of Murder Drones video, where I rant on for 44 minutes and a half. But genuinely, Murder Drones, to make it brief, I found out because of Glitch Productions. I have been a fan of SMG4 since, I want to say, late 2018 to early 2019. My first video was if Mario was in Deltarune. And since then, I had followed Luke and Kevin. I grew up on SMG4, and my middle school years were defined by Metarunner's release. And then after Metarunner came Sunset Paradise, which a lot of you may know, a lot of you may not know. And then there was a little thing, a little teaser posted onto Glitch's YouTube channel. And it showed a show entitled Murder Drones. And I would just like to say that Murder Drones as a concept, to me, was somewhat I say, it was very weird. It was a product that I did not know where it would go. Obviously, it's called Murder Drones. A cute little show, or a show where cute little robots murder each other for reasons. Skull emoji, cowboy emoji. How much can you grasp from that? I wasn't a big fan of Murder Drones. Well, I say not a big fan. I was a fan of it because I was a fan of Glitch. And I wanted to support whatever they made. And Murder Drones seemed like a fun show. The pilot came out and I watched it and it was great. I was hooked immediately. And then Heartbeat. Then The Promenade. And then Cabin Fever. And then Home. Home. Oh, yeah, Yagsterr has field days with Home. But then came Dead End. Since then, since the pilot, I had watched every episode as it came out. Kind of like how I watch Digital Circus now. I don't rewatch episodes before watching the new one. So I was very confused. I didn't even know these guys' names. I vaguely knew Uzi's and I mixed up Envy and J. But then episode 6, Dead End, came out. And seeing these two right here made me start thinking. I fell in love with the dynamic of N and Uzi ever since episode 3, but I truly started appreciating it in episode 6. And that is what sparked me to make the various ships Murder Drone sales. I had made a YouTube video beforehand entitled The Ego and Megalomania of Walter Hartwell White, of which I'm still very proud of. Because it was a reboot for my channel. I originally was Soup Galaxy, well, I still am Soup Galaxy, but it has now been renamed to Soup Archive. And if you want to watch what I made at, I can't remember, 13, 14, if you want to watch what I made then I implore you. It's just a couple funny videos. But I was dedicated, and I wanted to make YouTube a nice pastime. The Ego and Megalomania, which I will shorten to ENM. ENM did not do well. But I was happy with the amount of views. It gained 50 views at one point, and I was so ecstatic. And then I posted an old project 100 days later because I just, I had an idea for a video and I just couldn't write the script for it. And then these two have such a key and important dynamic that it motivated me to make a video. 5 months after posting ENN and 2 months of labor and love, I would make and publish the various ships Murder Drones sales. And I thank God that on my winter break, I was effectively gifted one of the best Christmas presents I could ever have. Having people watch something I was genuinely proud of. And from there, the rest is history. I mean, I would continue to make videos about murder drones. Now granted, the Zelda video didn't perform as well as the murder drones videos, but I'm not peeved. I make things to make because I'm passionate about them. I don't make murder drones videos because I want to feed the algorithm and gain popularity. Nay, the contrary. I make them because there's something genuinely that I want to put out there. That I want the community to genuinely think about. And this isn't the end for me. The most recent video, as of recording this clip, is Tessa's wrist, as I've dubbed it, codenamed it. I codename all my videos. Various Ships Murder Drone Sales is newsy, of course. But Tessa's wrist is the most recent video as of recording. And I have another 2 more MD videos in the works. One that will hopefully come out before the 3rd year anniversary, and another that I've been planning for months. Just know that this show has given me so much. It has emotionally impacted me in ways I did not know a show could, or that I did not know a show could do ever again. I had only felt this way because of Meta Runner, Gravity Falls, Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul. I'm being very honest when I say that. No other show has genuinely made me feel so special to be able to watch it. And to Luke, to Kevin, to Liam, to Kevin Temmer, and all the wonderful animators, storyboarders, and anybody else who's ever touched MD. My heart especially goes out to AJ Disperito for his wonderful OSTs, which played my playlist. My hat's off to all of you, because, especially Liam Vickers, for creating the show in the first place. These characters I love with all my heart, and I would not have spent as much money as I did if I didn't care about them. But just MD has given me so much, and of course I have to give my reverences to God for that. I thank God for the success it has given me, because the amount of views that have come to my channel and the 700 plus subscribers that I have accrued, while seemingly small, is truly a blessing. I am forever grateful that this show exists, and I'm forever grateful to all of you who are watching this right now. And of course I would like to thank Yagsterr for organizing this, and Renqz for inviting me on. All of these people that you will see featured in this goodbye reel are so talented and so special, and they keep the community alive. And while many are using this goodbye reel as their goodbye to murder drones as a whole, and they are within their full right, then again, I give a premature God bless and cheers to everything you do to them. But for those who stay, like me, I hope we can keep this community alive for so much longer. and keep these characters in our hearts. Because they truly are special. Man, I can't believe it's over. But you know what they say. Something isn't beautiful because it lasts. It's beautiful because we have the privilege to see its life. And you know what? While I'm sad it's gone, I thank God that we were able to experience it. Getting emotional here. But with that said, thank you, Murder Drones, and goodbye. And with that, God bless, and cheers to everything you do. Woo! I did it. Nice. That took like 10 takes. Hope that was good, Yag. Happy editing.
Well, hello everybody, my name is Goatman, and this is probably the last out of everyone you have expected to be in this video. Also, holy shit, I'm officially Yagsterr. I am officially on Yagsterr's channel, holy shit. Anyway, onto my segment. Anyway, to anyone who doesn't know me, I'm the guy behind this Twitter account, which is just Goatman related. I think that rings most bells, and also I'm the guy behind this YouTube account, which rings the remaining bells. And if you still don't know me, well, hello, I'm Goatman. Anyway, let's get on to the actual topic of this entire collab. So man, where do I even begin? Murder Drones has been, to be honest, the most important thing out of my late teenhood, which I'm very thankful for. Glitch and Liam cooked me with this show, that's one thing, that's for sure. And I was very thankful to see the premieres of episode 5 to episode 8. And you're seeing the show as well, and I stuck around until the end, which is, you know, something I'm very proud of to say. Yeah, to be honest, I never really expected to stick around until the end, but hey, now we're even beyond the end. So I think it already began with me finding out the show. I was watching SMG Full Arcs, and then, you know, I saw Murder Drones pop up on my feed, which I accidentally clicked on, and I loved it. Yeah, from the, I think the second the intro played, I just fell in love with the show, and then, you know, I started watching more and more of it, and before you know, I was into the fandom. And I was especially already new of a thing called Twitter. I just wanted to be very funny, and decided to make a Twitter account of Uzi's dad, so Goatman, just because, I don't know, I just really like this character, I guess, and as well, I just really want to, you know, troll everyone and just have a bit of a laugh. So I did, and since then I never looked back and regretted it once. But out of all things, I think what's really the most important is the impact this show had on myself as a person and just in overall. I met some incredible, friendly, nice people in this fandom. Otherwise, without this show, I would have never been able to meet. So to anyone who was my friend in these like last half a year, thank you for just being around and just being very nice to me. It's very much different to how I am in real life, where I just got bullied all around. This was sort of like my escape route, you know. If I wanted to be happy, I just got on here and, you know, I was actually happy. So yeah, I just want to thank everyone incredibly hard for just supporting me throughout all of these 1.5 years. It's been a pleasure. What's also been a pleasure is me being you all's Doorman on Twitter. I feel very pleasured and just very proud of myself that I was one of the more important, I wouldn't say of course most important because I'm not that much of an ego, but you know, one of the more important ones within the fandom, and I also caused a lot of calm memes, so yeah, I am very grateful for that, to be honest. Very grateful. And now I could yap here for 20 to 10 more minutes, but what would be the point of that exactly? So I just really want to have it short and sweet and just, you know, really just get my thoughts and feelings about the show ending just truly out there, just unscripted. So I think the best way of ending it off is like this. Thank you, Glitch Productions. Thank you, Liam Vickers. Thank you, Murder Drones.
Okay, so I realize it's the first time anyone's gonna hear my voice, so please bear with me in the meantime and don't judge me too hard, but my name is Lumi, aka Lumineary. If you recognize me, it's probably from my Murder Jones fan art, you know, on Twitter and Tumblr. I used to do a lot of comics, mostly about Animuzi, but I also am the one who made one of the Swappies that I am so happy that people really like and they appreciate, and I am so grateful that it's been received so well. So, given the fact that the finale has just recently come out, I wanted to talk about what Murder Jones means for me. I didn't get into Murder Jones until episode 3, I think. I knew about it from the pilot. My girlfriend was a big fan of it, even when the fandom was like super small, but for some reason I just kept putting it off. But then episode 3 rolled around and it was a prom episode, and for some reason those always seemed to drag me in. So I gave episode 1 and 2 a watch first, and right away I was blown by the production value of each episode. It looked like a movie to me. The first thing that stood out to me was the post-production elements, you know, lighting, visual effects. But then I started to notice how professional the models looked, the animation, the voice acting, the sound design. As someone studying animation, it seriously wowed me. Like, I couldn't believe it was free to watch, like right there on YouTube. It looked so professional. And I'm gonna be honest, it kind of reinvigorated my faith in the industry. For a few years, I'd been under the impression that even if I were to get a job at a studio, it may be creatively constricting, or the show would be at risk of getting pulled from the network for no reason. I don't know, even though I wanted to be an animator, I wasn't the most optimistic about the prospect. I mean, it was my passion, don't get me wrong, and I still wanted to do it really badly. But I was also aware that some shows got really screwed over by higher companies. I kind of just resigned myself to the idea that's just how it was gonna be. And before you say anything, I know indie animation isn't the end-all be-all key to everything, but it felt really nice to see people's creative fires being lit after things like Murder Jones, Digital Circus, Lackadaisy, and everything that Spindle Horse has put out. Like, for a while it seemed like everyone wanted to put out their own animations, and it was cool. I know it still has its own issues, like the fact that a lot of indie animations get swept under the rug, fly under the radar, never get seen, never get funded. It sucks. But it made me happy to see how everyone was super hopeful about that kind of thing. But not just that, Murder Jones actually managed to get me out of my art block. I've been having it for, I want to say, like 3 whole years before then. I kept trying to put out art, but it sucked, especially since I was just starting out uni too. But then I made my first ever Murder Jones fan art. This one right here, yeah. Ignore how it looks, this is before I found my art style for Murder Jones. But once this was on Twitter, it got received relatively well at the time. It was like I got a new spark of inspiration. You know, a new obsession to channel all my creativity, so then I drew. And I drew. And I drew, and I drew, and I drew, and I drew. It was like every day I could put something new out like it was nothing. And when I put this animation out for the first time, I think that's when my art really took off. I really felt like I was part of a fandom for the first time in years. I got to meet a bunch of cool mutuals, draw as much art as I wanted, I got in contact with a lot of cool artists, and I even managed to get a really cool opportunity. Thank you, Michael. On top of that, I've just been so impressed with how Liam Vickers and the team behind Murder Drones managed to make such a cool project, you know? I'm really sad it's done and over with, but I hope everyone who worked on it is so proud of themselves. They really should be. And I hope we get to see more projects come to light in the future, and that we all make a point to support them when they come up. So, in all, Murder Drones is the reason I am a better artist today, and I hope it's been like that for everyone else too. So, I'll just leave it with this. Thank you, Murder Drones.
It has officially been 1 year since I first watched Murder Drones. All I have to say, wow, and also how, and also what is even happening anymore. Oh wait, you're watching this video alone on a Friday night. God, you're pathetic. Hello, you may know me for having no life, crippling loneliness, and an even more crippling Murder Drones addiction. Let's go! I personally think it's a shame Murder Drones never leans into its moral complexity, but what we got is amazing, and I love discussing it with this fandom. Speaking of this fandom, no, we're not dying, guys. No, put the shotgun down. Listing off some fan projects I'd highly suggest: Intermission, Insecurity, Indesign, Interstellar, Flesh and Bones, Mafia Drones, My Immortal, Zero Destination U, Drones in the Deep, Absolute Pressure, DJ the Finder. All of these are definitely worth checking out or keeping an eye on for when they release. Hell, I might even write a fanfic. I just love all these characters so much. I have always struggled with the type of stories I want to tell, cause my life plan, become a writer, die alone, loser, something like that. But after watching Murder Drones, this is the kind of story I want to tell one day. I want to show moral complexity. I want to do it so badly. One day, whether it's a fanfic or not, probably fanfic, bite me. It just, I love this series, and being a part of this project is actually insane. Like, I just was joking, making content cause, haha, funny robot show that I love discussing cause analyzing, yay, my favorite thing to do. And then, all of a sudden, somebody, Blanter Dang was the one who did it, who asked me if I wanted to join this collab, and oh my god, that was just insane to think a silly, edgy robot show could just bring so many amazing people together to say just farewell to this incredibly impactful series. Whether you like Murder Drones or not, you have to admit it definitely has had an impact on people, definitely for the better, and I wouldn't know what to do with my life without this series. This series has just inspired me and reminded me what I love about storytelling. It reminded me why I wanted to be a writer in the first place. I want to tell stories that make people feel things. This series has made me feel things. It's made me feel so many things. It's made other people feel so many things. Why the hell do you think we're doing this collab? Seriously, the fact I was invited to work on this collab is just, oh my god. That's incredible. I'm so thankful for everyone in this fandom, for Liam and Glitch for making the series, just for anyone working behind the series. The fact that most characters, even if poorly written, feel like they have life in them, they feel like they're made with passion, they feel realistic, they actually feel like characters. It's just, I love that about Murder Drones so much. Even after my favorite character, Jay, just got absolutely trashed on, there wasn't a moment when I thought, this is out of character. She's such a personal character to me. I would go more into depth about Jay's character, but I should probably end it off here. Thank you, Murder Drones, for crafting a rushed but unique, talented, horrifying, and passionate indie series that I and many fans will continue to love.
MacGuffin.
Why, hello there, my fellow geeks and nerds. Welcome to Yagster's channel. That feels kind of weird to say. My name is Castoon, but you can call me Cass. You're probably most familiar with me through this video, sadly, but that's not why I'm here today. I'm here to gush about one of my favorite hyperfixations, murder drones. This show has genuinely meant the world to me over the past year. There's never been a show that I've watched where I completely love the whole cast. Right from the get-go, this show was able to engross me with its story, comedy, action, animation, characters, everything. I have been able to get this show out of my head for like the past 2 months now, and it's getting concerning. I so desperately want to buy all of these plushies so much. I know it's a problem when I've been trying to get everyone I know to watch this show to varying levels of success, but I digress. Murder Drones just has this sort of charm to it that I just can't put my finger on, even though the show has many problems. And yet, despite the problems it has, it's probably at least in my top 5 favorite animated shows I've ever watched. This is why it hurts so much seeing the show go. I know all things have to come to an end, but this time it just feels different for some reason. Like I've just lost another one of the last shows I've actually enjoyed while waiting for a new episode to drop. Murder Drones has done so much for me. It's inspired me to try and create stories of my own. It's responsible for me probably having the best year on YouTube I've ever had, giving me a reason not to just call it quits on talking about the things I like. And it has given me the opportunity to be in this big collab video, something I've never done before. I never expected I would be given an opportunity like this, to be in a video with a bunch of creators that I enjoy watching. But yeah, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm gonna miss Murder Drones so much, but sometimes things just have to go before they feel oversaturated. So like how I normally end my videos, always remember to stay safe, have fun, and keep watching Murder Drones till the day you die. This show will be passed on from generation to generation till it becomes a cultural phenomenon that beats the likes of Avatar and Avengers Endgame. Rise in the animation! Rise like you've never before!
Hey guys, my name's Krys Polygon. Who am I? Well, that doesn't matter right now. Let's talk about Murder Drones. Why? Don't ask me, ask him. No, not that guy, this guy. What is the first thing that comes to mind if somebody says Murder Drones? If your answer is a really good show, well, you're most likely not one of those guys. Please don't kill me for saying that. But yeah, Murder Drones is a very special show. I mean, it's made by Liam Vickers, who has a weird obsession of making hot murder waifus. Those words just left my mouth, didn't they? Well, let's just say Liam knows what he's doing, and totally isn't just a totally insane person that forced Glitch into making the show. Anyways, let's talk about the guy, N. So, why do I think that N is wife material? Oops, wrong video. What I meant to say is, why do we like all of the Murder Drones characters so much? Why did we get attached to them? Is it the story, the mystery of what the hell is even going on, or is it just because humans are that predictable? To be honest, I don't know, and I don't want to. The fact is, we love this show, which is a really great thing, and I do think that this show will be remembered as a pillar of indie animation. Yes, I said it. Happy now. It may have not been the first Glitch show or the longest, but it had so much positive impact on so many people, and kind of is the reason why I'm here today. If me being here is a good thing is up to you, by the way. But now I have to do something important. Give this show a good send-off. But how? Alright, what are my options here? I mean, I could do literally anything. Oh, I know what to do. For my Murder Drones send-off, I'm going to ask the one question we should have been asking from the beginning. Can a drone run Doom? I mean, they are literally walking PCs and the teacher is playing solitaire. So the answer to that is yes, they can run Doom. Alright, time to say something about Murder Drones. It's one of my favorite shows, and I can recommend it to any person that wants to watch something really good. Also, go Doors, and thank you Murder Drones for being such a great show. Alright, now that we're done here, let's blow up Jay.
Hello, I'm MegBanned, and I like to draw random stuff, like memes. And I also like to draw Heavy Lucy and Mini Lucy. That little adventures. Yeah, I love them. So, Murder. Okay, this show, a friend told me about it like in April, March from last year, and I didn't put much attention, so I didn't saw the show at that moment. But it was until November, October. No, November when I saw the show for the first time, finally. But it was when I was watching later the pilot of the Digital Circus when I rediscovered this show. And it was on November 1st when I saw the Wall Captors episode, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's interesting. I like it. I love it. And yeah, it was that. I liked the characters, their personalities. Yeah, it was like kinda confused when I saw the first episode and the second, and I didn't understand the first times when I watched those episodes, and I needed to see some videos, and I was still confused. I'm sorry. I I don't speak too much English, so I'm trying my best. Say it is. And yeah, it was that. And I like it. I like the show. I I draw things, fan art. I did memes. I did these little edits too. And yeah, the fandom was so awesome. It was so calm. It was something new for me because I was looking for new things to draw, new experiences. So yeah, it was fun. I love it. And the show. Oh god, the show. Ah! the final episode. Oh, that was something I didn't saw in other shows, because on this show, Murder, my favorite characters lived. Uzi and B, oh my god, Lizzie and that. I needed to see the same episode like I don't know, 7 times, 8 times, the same day to rewatch. Like, I needed to see it in English, and I needed to see it in Spanish, my language, because I liked everything. The animation, the everything. The song, that song from the Nightcore, the Bite Me. I feel like I was back on time when I saw these videos about Nightcore. Oh, okay. Watching the Wall episode, the Sand fight, was like, I don't know, like those videos of Linkin Park. No, like these videos of Naruto with Linkin Park music in the background. But this time it was the fight of Uzi versus like with Sinesa, and but with Nightcore music at the background. Oh my god. Okay. And the last part, when we see it like a possible ending, when we see the Solver Tail, it was like, oh, I hope they made a second season, because I really want to see more of this show. But yeah, at least we have the fandom doing their comics, doing their alternative universes, And yeah, the fan arts, I love them. Yeah, please, let's keep the fandom alive. Please, I need it. Mantengan el fandom vivo, por favor. Manténganlo vivo. Por todo lo que quieran. Está bien bonito. It's so beautiful. This fandom is so beautiful. I love it.
I'm called Bob the Builder cause I screw shit so tight. No one be messing with me cause I'm always right.
I have no better way to start my clip other than to say, oh hello there, I'm local. Didn't see you there. You see, I'm in a little bit of a pickle at the moment. You see, I've been invited to this strange little project called Goodbye Murder Drones. But I already said every single thing that's worth saying in another video. So, how do I make this clip relevant to make it different enough to stand on its own? Oh, that's easy. You don't. Well, seeing how I'm submitting this clip to Yag stupidly late into this project's development time, this clip is probably a good length through the video, or at least in the first half of it. Unless it isn't, then fuck me, I guess. And I just kind of want to say to you, yes you, the ever so kind viewer, that you have the attention span of some kind of Greek god. Like, how did you get this far without subway surfers or something? I couldn't do that. I'm proud of you. Thank you for getting this far into the video to see me ramble. Anyways, as for my clip, I will say a few funny things before this passes on to the next person. So, Murder Drones is a show that means a lot to me. And judging by how you're watching this video, it probably means a lot to you too. It's this weird, edgelord show about murder robots trying to uncover mysteries and stuff. But you don't need me to tell you that. Presumably, you watched it. Good on you. But, perhaps the coolest thing that it has done was give birth to a fandom that has its quirks, but overall is something quite amazing and led to the birth of this very video. Now, I'm gonna stop blabbering on about that shit because you probably heard everyone else in this video say something very similar in this video. Blah blah, how murder drones changed their life, blah blah, how it's the best piece of fiction ever made. We've all heard it before. But seriously folks, murder drones led me down on a crazy, incredibly convoluted path of dopamine and denial. It led me to making my YouTube channel, which now has a whopping 20.8 thousand subscribers. Whoopee! It led me to making a Discord server, which now has over 4,000 members. Cheapers! But, granted, I don't own it anymore, and it's completely different to how it started, and look, point is I made it, just move on. It also led me to discover loads of truly talented artists and creators, most of which are actually in this very project, so that's neat. Murder Drones is in no way a perfect show. It has a lot of questionable writing decisions and flaws, but come on man, it's slightly sexualized killer robots trying to murder a skinwalker drone with a virus installed in our ass. It's fucking amazing. I could go on about things like how I found out about Murder Drones, what my experience in the fandom was like, and what I thought of episode 8 and stuff like that. But I'm saving that for the questions later down on the line, unless they've already been shown, so I don't know. But the biggest and by far the coolest thing that Murder Drones caused me to do was caused me to create what I think might be the best thing I ever decide to do with my life, which is get started on my very own independent cartoon, The Super Speed Bros. Anyways, sorry for the shameless plug, but hey, Yak said we can talk about Murder Drones however we want, and talk about how Murder Drones impacted us. And that's how Murder Drones impacted me, damn it! Anyways, I guess you'll be hearing more from me later on in this video as I answer the questions in this video, so hey ho, see you there. But, for now, I'm gonna do my comedically loud BYE!
Hey guys, it's me, Opal, or also known as Reese. I have N-Dog and N here today. It just feels crazy that the show is done and it's over. This show has shed a really beautiful light over indie animation, and I mean, it's just, I wouldn't have found Murder Drones if it wasn't for the Amazing Digital Circus. I mean, I've seen clips of it before, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta watch that. But I didn't truly start watching it until after the success of the Amazing Digital Circus and seeing Kevin's animations. You know, like What's the Matter, Martha? Like I've seen his animations, and I loved his work, and I'm glad that I continued to follow it, because then it led me to Glitch. And as you can see, I've invested quite a bit into Glitch. Glitch is just an awesome studio, and I'm really happy that I found it. I would never, like, if it wasn't for Glitch, I wouldn't have continued voice acting random characters. I'm going into college, and I probably would have dropped voice acting. It's insane how much our community has held us together, and especially like My Immortal. I never expected that to blow up, just because it's, you know, something the community made, and I'm really proud to be a part of it, even as your girl Uzi. And just to get it out of the way, bite me. Yeah, I think it's insane, and I've made some crazy connections. Elsie has sent me a cameo. Michael watched one of my FanDubs with Toastie, and even grew Toastie and I closer with each other. But thank you, Murder Drones, for everything you've done. I'm sad to see you go, but I'm happy that it happened. So, thank you, Glitch, and thank you, Murder Drones.
Hello, I'm Toastie, otherwise known in real life as Miguel, and I've been a Filipino-Australian voice actor for the better part of 3 years. Before Murder Drones, I was living somewhat of a normal life. It was kind of bad before, but I mean, I kind of take that back, as I also do have a long-distance relationship and I do voice acting. But other than that, it was alright. I'd get an itch to create something, but at the time I only had hobbies that would be tedious and didn't really fully satisfy what I was feeling. So I got into a creative rut. Until one day, my girlfriend introduced me to the show after watching The Amazing Digital Circus. I'm gonna be honest, the first episode didn't really kick it into me. So after I watched a few episodes, I started to enjoy it more, and I started implementing it into my hobbies. One of those hobbies was, of course, voice acting. And to see that one of my favorite voice actors was in the series as one of the protagonists, I latched onto the character, but also heavily related to him in a sense. So I started doing impressions and comic dubs, and this was what fulfilled me creatively. The stories I've adapted and the emotions I was able to convey were what I was craving as a voice actor. But also I've been somewhat of a critic of adapting media, so being able to do that myself was so much fun. I was not ready for what came next. The influx of demand for what I have adapted was insurmountable, and with that came a few challenges. However, further with that came a community and a group of people who have supported me, who also have had a positive influence in my life. What Murder Drones has done for me and has given to me was and is an experience of a lifetime that I will not take for granted. It's gotten me closer to my girlfriend, allowed me to meet new awesome people, and ultimately give me a voice. I was in really bad places before and throughout this, but this series has given me more than anything has before, and to see the reactions and the influence I've somewhat had in this community, in this community has made me feel, I don't know what to say. I left this part blank. It's just incredibly motivating from a creative perspective, but also a life perspective, to know that I have some worth in this world. And I thank you, Glitch, Liam, and especially the voice actors, Michael, Elsie, Sean, Nola, Fitzy, Daisy, by the way, Aussie represent, just to name a few, for everything this show has done. And I'm not just saying this for me. You made this happen. You brought a whole bunch of us together, people putting their own spin to the show, people making shows based off your show, and people who love the characters that you created together. It's amazing. So, thank you. Thank you so much for inspiring us, for making this silly little show, Murder Drones.
When you build doors so good, good door, good door.
I am tired of this dream. Will it ever end for me? I don't have the will to know. Can you set me
Hi. I don't know how I got here, but I'm Grumpy Ghost. You might know me from two places.
Guys, my daughter is into crack!
And let's not forget... Yeah, I'm that dude. I've been in this fandom for a while. I'd say since around December 2022. And I absolutely fell in love with the pilot and Heartbeat, which began my love for the series. In fact, I think this is the first series I truly fell in love with, and it kind of just stuck with me ever since. I really do remember the semi-early days of the show where everything was so simple. One of my earliest Murder Drones memories, in fact, is the pure excitement caused by the release of the episode 3 teasers, and teasers in general, you know? These left so much for the imagination, giving us so much hype for future episode releases. I know I can be hard on the show's general flaws, but I really do love the show for what it is. A horror comedy with memorable characters and a cool story. The sheer fact it motivated me enough to start my very own fan project on YouTube, hell, even starting my very own YouTube channel in the first place, is amazing. This series has truly had a massive impact on the internet and indie animation as a whole. I'm just so proud of how far we've come as a fandom. So many fan projects coming out of the blue to help contribute to keeping this fandom an amazing show alive, and it will hopefully continue to. So thank you, Liam. Thank you, Glitch, for an amazing series that'll remain with us forever and ever. And also thank you for Yagsterr and the entire team working on this for being so friendly and allowing me to have a part here. I've been Grumpy Ghost, I have nothing else to say, and thanks for listening.
You know what? I don't want to be a PNG anymore. I want to be dapper. Hello everyone. If you don't know who I am, my name is Blooper, and today, I get the pleasure of being on Yagsterr's channel to share my experience and journey with a show I hold near and dear to my heart. So, with that being said, as I wish to consume more MD-related media, I stumbled across one channel that changed everything. Unhelpful Commentary. He was my introduction to the YouTube side of the fandom, and I casually watched his content, leading me to being introduced to Tyromaniac and Vanity Moth through his collab videos. I felt relieved that I wasn't the only Aussie who liked the show. I would go on to watch these three as the series continued and expanded my overall knowledge of shows in the indie sphere, and out of nowhere came a 14-year-old British kid with too much free time. Boom. High on battery acid. It was like the holy grail of Murder Drones content, introducing me to countless other creators. This video gave me a spark of motivation. It inspired me. I felt a drive to make content that I gave into, and thus, Blooper was born. Once I uploaded what I consider my first real video, everything changed. I never expected to get anywhere, but one fateful day, I checked my notifications, and from that point onward, I decided to start my journey in content creation, as I am very proficient in talking about my interests for a very long amount of time. And it was a place where I could express my opinions and personality without fear of judgment, because if I talked to most people at my school about murder drones, I'd be torn to shreds. It would be social suicide for someone who's already a bit socially awkward. And videos just ticked all the boxes for me. I had something to do, something I enjoyed, something I could share with other people, and something that allowed me to be myself. One thing led to another, my second video blew up overnight. I joined Vanity's old Discord server, MothHub, got recognized by Yag, started interacting more with everyone. Yag collabed with me, which I was super stoked about, and the rest is history. Side note before I end my rant, I don't spend money often, but to show my appreciation for this show, I have a signed poster. It's just over there out of frame, and it's really expensive in Australian dollars. Like, really expensive. Just to tie back to the beginning, as cringe as it sounds, Murder Drones has changed my life. I've gone from someone who just decided to make a video out of boredom to someone who tries their best to make a video every week. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you, Yagsterr, for this amazing opportunity. I've been Blooper, and thank you for watching my segment.
Introducing the guy named Renqz, but pronounces it as Renqz, the self-proclaimed most annoying child since the American Revolution, the fumbler of bags, Renqz. I mean Renqz.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, yeah!
Boo! You suck. You fell off.
Alright, so for this collab I have to answer the question, so here's the question. How did I discover Murder Drones? I discovered it from the Amazing Digital Circus pilot. It looked really cool, the animation looked cool, and I checked it out. It was amazing, and then Vanity Moth posted a video called The Darkest Ending to Murder Drones. It was just weird, I just started hyperfixating, and it was like, oh, this... I started, like, going to Pinterest, scrolling through every reaction image, downloading them on my phone. I probably still have them saved. And it was just... This show looked so cool to me, even though I hadn't watched it previously. And then I published my first Murder Drones video. and I kindly asked Local if I could be on High on Battery Acid, and I guess I'm here now, I guess. Thank you. Hi, guys. My experience in RootTool's fandom has been mostly positive. I met tons of nice people. My favorite character, either Doll or N, I don't know. Episode 7 is my favorite episode. My favorite moment in the show is the falling for you? Is that... Okay, yeah, that's what's fucking called. Okay, I just like the idea of like two characters comforting each other and helping each other through dark times, even though some people say it's corny. Well, you're corny too. Let's look at the jokes you make, Yagsterr. It has been an amazing experience being able to interact with all these people and be invited onto all these different things. Like, genuinely, this has been a wild ride, and that's all I have to say. I don't really.
Hello everyone, I am the Dire Duck. So, it's been a long time, hasn't it? 3 whole years since the pilot, and what a road it's been. From the highest high to some low lows, we have all made it to the end. It is the end of an era for many, and an informative part of many creators here's lives. And I'm sure it is the same for at least some of you as well. Everyone had their own story with Murdrones. Some joined the fandom near the start when the pilot released, some joined around the promenading, and others found the series right near the end of its run. Though, my journey with Murdrones is a lot longer than everybody else's. My journey started around 10 years ago.
Huh? That was awesome! You were so awesome!
I was going to say questionable physics, but yeah, I mean, of course I was. Wait, really?
This is my boyfriend now! We're gonna go to his party and find a nice secluded room where no one can hear him scream.
Well, you know what they say about the crazy ones.
I found a little channel called Scary Storytime with Liam. That name should sound familiar to you. This channel is where Liam first started writing his stories, and where I found him. While the very first stories were certainly rough, they kept improving. His writing got better and better, and he started to develop his own style that he would later be using in all his future works, all the way up to Murder Drones now. It was truly special to watch his evolution through SFTWL, from his first big series in design to his last in Puppet Game. From the establishment of Liam Vickers Animation and the success of the Cliffside pilot, which is now over 6 years old. Man, I do feel old. Regardless, we then had the release of the animatic Indonesian Cube, and then on the 25th of June 2021, Liam released the Murder Drones teaser. For the first time, we were actually going to get to see one of Liam's works brought fully to life, one that was actually going to be a complete story with an actual ending. I remember being very excited for the release at the time, so you can imagine how I felt when it finally dropped on the 29th of October 2021, exactly 3 years ago at the time of when the collab premieres. And well, I'm sure you know the rest from here. One of the things that makes Murdrones special to me is that it was the first online community I took a real active involvement in. Sure, I have been part of other communities before, but I'd never really taken any active role. However, Murdrones is where I actually got involved in community activities, to the point where I helped organise this whole project that we're taking part in now. So I guess my participation went from 0 to 100 rather quickly. Another way in which Murdrones is special to me is how it really made me appreciate art and animation in a way that I hadn't before. With how impressive some of the animation and environments are within the show, along with the amazing artwork, both official and made by the community. Not to mention all the fan projects, it has really inspired me to start dabbling in it myself, and that wouldn't be the case if it weren't for Murder Drones. Finally, I also met a lot of brilliant people that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And also Yagsterr. One thing I would like to say to the community is, While we may be saying goodbye to official Murder Drones content for the foreseeable future, it is not truly the end. There are many talented creators in this community, many of which are in this project actually, who produced and will continue to produce more brilliant MD content that will continue to expand Murder Drones far beyond what it originally was. And they are not going anywhere anytime soon. So don't despair, there are many more fan projects for you to be excited about. Now, that will be all from me. I hope you enjoy what the rest of the creators in the collab have prepared for you, and I wish you all the best. I am sure this community will stand the test of time for years to come yet. Anyway, see you all soon. Bye bye.
Hi, hello, I'm Yagsterr. Wait, this is already on my channel. Why am I introducing myself? Anyways, hi, yeah, this is my clip for the project, so please do enjoy. Exactly 3 years ago, the pilot premiered, and it actually changed everything. The pilot was a fantastic introduction to the show. Heartbeat was incredibly scary for the time. The promenading was, well, peak, and it's really what hooked me on the show. And just progressively seeing the show get better and better really just made me love it all the more. Cabin Fever had the iconic Solver Uzi, and whilst it is easily the worst episode out of the 8, Home was pretty entertaining for the most part, so I do thank it for that. Whoa! It's his own body! Dude, if I saw my own dead body that's decapitated sitting in a chair, I think I'd fucking scream. I'd fucking have a breakdown. How does N react to this?
Not dealing with this great, to be immediately honest.
Okay, that's to be expected.
Okay, it's gone.
It's gone! Dead End was a fantastic return to form, and it's still one of my favorite episodes. Mass Destruction was incredibly dark, and ultimately it helped set the stage for episode 8. And speaking of episode 8, Absolute End absolutely ended the show in a fantastic way in my opinion.
Also, now I can do this!
Before Murder Drones, I was, like, the most introverted person I knew, which is pretty crazy the more I think about it. It may be very hard to believe, especially considering the fact that, you know, I had to reach out to everyone inside this project and get them here, but yeah, I really didn't, like, talk to anyone, which is insane to think about. On one late summer afternoon, I decided to upload a video. At the time, Volume 2 of the OST was not out, and I was a massive fan of the Solver Uzi track from episode 4. So, I decided to upload it. The video gained a bit of traction, and that both absolutely amazed and horrified me.
Ugh.
Fast forward a month, and episode 5 was about to premiere, and everything was pretty hyped for the time. I then decided to make the fateful decision to make a poll about it. The poll got a couple hundred votes, and I was extremely shocked. Then I decided to make another one, and 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 another one. And before I knew it, I had 2 years of daily Murder Drones polls just on my channel. Fast forward a bit, and I would eventually get into contact with a few other Murder Drones YouTubers. And after that, I started doing a bunch of collabs. And after that, I decided to help make this project become a reality. Just being in the position I'm at right now and just having so many amazing people in my life, you really can't put a price on that. Everything that happened only happened because, well, Murder Drones happened. Murder Drones genuinely changed my life in the best of ways possible, and I can't thank the show enough for it. And yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty cringe and it's pretty cliche, but ultimately it's the truth, and I am more than comfortable accepting it.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
And that appears to be everything I have to say. I've been Yagsterr, and I'm gonna give it to the next hold up now? Oh, yeah? Right, okay. Well, it looks like we're gonna have a special segment. We're going to ask a bunch of Murder Drones related questions to a bunch of content creators, and go from there. And with that said, let's go ahead and play the questions.
Second question I got here is, how did I discover murder drones? Really boring way, actually. Just YouTube recommendations. End of question.
I was scrolling through YouTube one day, and I noticed in my recommendations this thumbnail with some spoopy, silly-looking robots, and I decided to click on it and watch the first minute of the pilot, and I thought to myself, ooh, this looks interesting. I'm gonna react to this, and the rest is kind of history.
I'll be fully honest here. I knew about murder drones since when the pilot released. Unfortunately, I didn't catch it when it was in its prime. Big mistake on my part. But around mid to late December 2022, I was in VR chat and I saw this really early J model. And I just thought to myself, ooh, that's a pretty character design. And I asked for the source, and that was history.
I remember looking for something to watch on YouTube, and I found the reaction clip of murder drones. At first time, I wasn't interested, but then I noticed that the title said these cute robots are destroying everyone, and the thumbnail was circling at the hand of the robot and said someone's heart. I'd like to know what exactly it is because of this thumbnail, so I clicked the video and watched it, and I was like, oh my god, the story is fascinating, and cool fight scenes and the mystery that hasn't been solved yet, and I want to know all of this indie animation, so that's how I discovered murder drones and joined the fandoms. To be honest, I thought Anne was a woman in the first place because I watched episode 1 without audio, just reading the subtitles, and saw his shirt look like a dress, haha.
Well, it was the summer of 2023, or rather the end of summer. YouTube first recommended me an FNF mod, the action which took place in the first from the fourth episode of Murder Drones. I looked at this mod, I kind of like it, but I wouldn't say it what it hooked me. But when in my YouTube recommendations I saw videos which showed the same moment from Murder Drones, but with different dubbing. Another plus was that I saw stickers with Murder Drones in Telegram, which made me even curious about it. And yet, somewhere in August, I decided to watch all 6 episodes that had already been released with time with my girlfriend. And damn, I like it. The thing is, if at first I thought Murder Drones was another not very interesting American show. Ah, buddy, how long can you wear it, man? I like this show so much that I later released several videos on my channel with Murder Drones. And one of them even has good reviews for my channel. So this was a really indicator of how happy I was to learn about this series.
I discovered Murder Drones through the channel Sarcastic Chorus. He made videos on episodes 1 to 5, and before he said to watch the video, he said that we should just watch the show since it was on YouTube. So for once I actually listened, and that's how it all started. I only started making videos on the show when episode 7 released, however. I also find it pretty funny how I joined the show when episode 5 dropped. I truly joined when the show reached its peak.
I was a SMG4 fan when I was, a little boy. And yeah, that's how I found it. I was there around the ending of Meta Runner Season 1, and then I saw this channel called Glitch was created. This second channel for SMG4, and I was like, alright, I'll check it out. And then Meta Runner Season 2 came out, I watched that, watched Sunset Paradise. And then this pilot came out for a new show called Murder Drones, and I was like, oh, that's cool, I'll watch it. And I was like, that was pretty good. Meta Runner Season 3 came out. Rest of this show's episodes came out, I watched it, didn't think much of it. And then you may be thinking, well, if you didn't think much of it, then how did you end up making a channel out of this? Digital Circus came out and I watched it and I was like, whoa, this is peak. And then I was like, going through some Digital Circus stuff, I saw Murder Drones and I was like, maybe I should go rewatch that other show. That was pretty good, right? And then I did. And on rewatch, it started really to click with me, like to connect, and I was like, huh, this really is like something, I love this. I don't know, maybe it was just the time that I watched it, but the time in my life I watched it, but whoa, it was really good. And there was this one character that I didn't even think much of when I was watching it the first time, and then on rewatch, I really connected with them. Like, really connected with them, and I was like, this character is actually me. And if you do watch my channel, then you would know that the character I'm talking about is V. And just like everything about her was just me, minus the you know, minus the murdering people part. I'm good. I'm clear. I promise. I'm not a murderer. Got that? Yep. Just making that clear. You can go away, FBI. Jokes aside, yeah, that is how I found it and how I really started to like really connect with it. Episode 7 came out peak. Episode 8 came out peak. But like during that time, like right after episode 7, V didn't return in that episode, and I was like, okay, well, I gotta make a video about murder drones. Like, well, is V alive? And I was quite confident she was, and what do you know, I was right, as always. So, yeah, it didn't get much views, but I was really passionate about this show, considering most of my views were like from FNAF stuff, which I still do sometimes. But I just kept making more Murder Drones videos, and then eventually I made this episode 8 predictions, and that one blew up for my channel compared to the rest of the stuff on my channel. It blew up at least, and I was like, whoa. And then my other videos started to do well on Murder Drones, so I was like, okay, I should probably capitalize off this, and then I did. And then, well, that's how this channel became a Murder Drones channel slash indie channel slash FNAF channel slash whatever the hell I want to do channel. Mostly Murder Drones. But yeah, that's how that happened.
Well, it was pretty simple. Like I said in my segment for this project, I'm not sure if it's played before or after, but wherever it is, you might have seen it yet, you might not have. So, yeah, like I said, one day I was going around on Twitter, and you know, I was just stumbling around as per usual, and I saw discourse surrounding this digital circus thing, and I wasn't really sure about it at first, and I asked some buddies of mine in a Discord server that was shut down about it, and they said, oh, you should go watch it, Dom, it's cool. So I did that, and then I discovered Murder Drones not that long after. You know, it was recommended to me. I saw V in the pilot, thought she was attractive, so clicked on it, and I got hooked on it, and yeah, that's how I discovered it.
I talked about it in my clip, but for recap, I was around Glitch since 2018 with SMG4, so that was the reason I knew about the show. I was a big SMG4 fan back then. I loved that show, it was really funny back then, but I never bothered to check their actual animated shows like Meta Runner and Sunset Paradise until Murder Drones. The way I discovered the pilot was by it popping randomly in my recommendations almost 5 days after its release, I think, as I remember.
I mean, I basically discovered it when it came out. I mean, at the time, I think I was watching Meta Runner, really great show, by the way. And yeah, I just saw episode 1 of Murder Drones and thought, if it becomes a series, maybe I'm gonna give it a watch. And yeah, then after Meta Runner season 3, episode 2 came out, and yeah, since then I've been basically hooked. Like, man, this show's good.
How did I discover Murder Drone? Well, if I can remember, Cartoon Universe posted a short series about Doll Solver and talks about like future Murder Drone. And when I checked back it again, it's just gone. But I can't even find it, and I swore it was by Cartoon Universe. Like, I remember the tone and the speech. I swear it was by Cartoon Universe.
I was following Liam's work well before Murder Drones was even announced, so I came from Liam's channel rather than Glitch like many others did.
Well, it's a funny story actually. I knew Glitch and I saw them announce the show. Then I stumbled upon Cliffside and Intonation Cube completely outside of that. Then I was like, oh wait, this is made by the same guy? And yeah, I watched the pilot and I was hooked.
I discovered Murder Drones around April or March of this year, during a rather tumultuous time for myself. I'll spare you the semantics, but essentially I was speaking to another staff member about something, and at some point I asked them about their profile picture. They mentioned it was from Murder Drones, whom needs no introduction, and the butterfly effect has brought me from thither to hither. What's my experience in the fandom been like? My experience in the fandom has generally been great, and I don't have any laments or disdain towards any individual group. Most of said groups have either left me alone, or have generally been pleasant, which was a nice change of pace from the community I came from.
So I discovered Murder Drones one day. It just popped up on my YouTube recommended. Beautiful. And I decided to take a gamble and watch it, and I fell asleep 11 minutes through. And then at some point later on, I did decide to watch it again, and I immediately got obsessed with it. Beautiful.
How did I discover Murder Drones? Well, I've answered this question many times, but basically a SaberSpark video showed up in my recommended on YouTube, and, you know, I didn't click it. But then later, a video called N and Uzi sharing one brain cell for like 2 minutes or something showed up in my recommended as well. And I decided to watch it for literally no reason. And, you know, the robots were cute, and I was like, okay. It seemed like some sort of like Netflix or Cartoon Network show. I just decided to look up, you know, what Murder Drones was, and I figured out that it was an indie animation, and I had never heard of indie animation before. So this was a first for me. I discovered it back when episode 4 was only a month old, so yeah, I was here before Digital Circus. And yeah, I just decided to make some content on it, not thinking that I would just end up, you know, being a somewhat popular Murder Drones YouTuber, so yeah, that's kind of cool.
I first discovered Murder Drones when I was watching SMG4's announcing my biggest projects yet video. I was like 11 at the time, and I thought it was just Glitch trying too hard to be edgy. But then, about a year later, around 2 weeks after episode 2 had came out, my brother came into the room throwing a screaming fit about how pissed he was that his favourite YouTube animator, Kevin Temmer, was halting most of his projects because he got a full-time job at Glitch. This resulted in me watching Murder Drones to see what all the hype was about, and well, look at where we are now!
I first discovered it through this clip right here, uploaded to Liam Vickers' channel of Meet the Team, which the first shot of Uzi's hand being in N's mouth, it's one way to be introduced to a brand new series. The world building, the atmosphere, the writing, the characters, the music, it was all just absolutely sublime, and I was all along for this ride after that pilot came out. I did a whole reaction when the pilot came out and had a really good time. I look back at that reaction quite fondly, and how it was at a point where Hollywood was just churning out absolute garbage, and it was nice to see Murder Drones as like the first breath of fresh air for indie animation to come, excluding stuff like Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, but this was entirely like its own big thing, because yeah, Glitch had Meta Runner and they had Sunset Paradise, but this was the first thing they were letting someone new come in and do the job, which was Liam. It was one of the big giants that really kicked off the indie scene, and after seeing that pilot, I was hooked immediately.
I found Murder Drones through the magic of the YouTube recommendation system. I was watching old Dan TDM videos in the school holidays and saw the episode 2 thumbnail pop up. Pretty self-explanatory from there.
So, how did I stumble across Murder Drones? Well, it was through TikTok. I was just scrolling through my For You page, and I remember seeing those two, just vividly remembering purple and yellow eyes, and it was definitely episode 3 right after that. Like, it was around that area. It was like February time window, which was when it released. But yeah, I thought that was pretty neat, and I somehow managed to remember that all the way up until now, or at least until I found the show. But the real thing that got me hooked on was seeing The Amazing Digital Circus. Now, that show's, like, popularity just being blown up in front of everyone's face, it introduced me to kind of indie animation as a whole. Like, I knew it, I stumbled across it, I watched some of it. It's like, Spooky Month, it's classic, don't get me wrong. But The Amazing Digital Circus, I was able to look at that and could see the extent that could go to, instead of just little 2D animation drawing little cartoon things, which are awesome, I love those. But I saw this, like, fully 3D animated storytelling type of thing that, like, I was invested in. So when that pilot came out for Digital Circus, I was wanting more. And so I went to the Glitch's YouTube channel and stumbled across Murder Drones.
I discovered Murder Drones way back in 2021, right as the teasers were dropping, around the end of October. After I watched the pilot, I was instantly hooked. I mean, how could you not be? It's like the coolest thing ever. Killer robots, maybe aside from like cowboys.
My experience in the fandom, to be honest, I would say positive. I was lucky. I have barely had any toxic experiences with the fandom, even though I know it's definitely got that side to it. I've seen it through other people, and I've seen screenshots of stuff that went on during the whole Newsy Pro ship war. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because every fandom has its rotten apples. It just kind of comes with the territory, unfortunately. But my personal experience with the fandom has been positive. Like, to me, even despite its size, the Murder Drones fandom is very supportive, loving, creative. Unlike any other fandom I've been a part of, and I've been a part of multiple ones. And I honestly don't think I'll be leaving it anytime soon. Like, even though I haven't really made anything for Murder Drones since episode 8, I don't plan on leaving it anytime soon, maybe possibly ever, because I do plan on continuing my Things I Noticed series and making more content for Murder Drones in the future. But yeah, the fandom to me is amazing, and I hope I don't expect it to be as big and as lively as it was during the peak of Murder Drones, but I expect it to have a loyal following similar to like Undertale and honestly Liam's other projects like Design, Internetian Cube, not Cliffhanger. That's where we were left on in episode 8. Sorry, I couldn't resist a little jab. But Cliffside, like despite Cliffside and Internetian Cube basically being one episode, they have still a very loyal following for them, so that's what I see happening with MD, even though it's a completed series. I still see it having a very loyal following. Like, you see all the projects coming out and being made. I don't see that stopping anytime soon. So, yeah. I absolutely adore this fandom. It's my favorite fandom to date.
From an outsider's perspective, it's been negative for the most part, whether it ranged from pointless ship wars to people just outright ignoring objective flaws within the series itself. I find myself wanting to distance myself from the fandom every time I even take a slight glimpse at it. There's some good parts though, don't get me wrong. Rare to come by, but welcome when you do see them.
I will say right away that I am not the kind of person who sits on Twitter or Reddit, so I may not know about some of things that happen in the fandom in distant German. But for the most part, my experience with Murder Drones fandom has been simply wonderful. People from this community makes so much art, memes, and even hell, their own animations with alternative AFL stories. To my good happiness, I was able to become friends with an author like TotallyNot, who releases Murder Drones edits /I'm on his channel. People like him inspired me to create my own edits /I'm and maybe also videos of other formats. Of course, like any other fandom, the Murder Drones fandom has its own very unpleasant dark sides, but fortunately, I personally rarely made them. For the most part, I think if you just don't get involved with the shitty stuff, you can feel pretty good about yourself in the Murder Drones fandom, unless the shitty stuff comes to you, which unfortunately happens sometimes. Otherwise, my time in Murder Drones fandom has been 99% awesome, so I am pretty happy with it.
Now, I know a lot of people are gonna say mixed, blah blah blah. And sure, I've seen some of it that's like, I'm like, ooh, that's crazy. But honestly, it's not that bad. My experience with the fandom has been overall really positive. Maybe that's because I don't go on Twitter. That could be a huge reason. Probably is the biggest reason. But you know, ignoring that, over on YouTube, my fans have been very supportive, and I loved that. They're great, all of them. I've met some great people that I've been friends with over, you know, Murder Drones Discords, YouTube. Of course, I met Yagsterr, Cosmo, all these great YouTubers, they're all amazing. And they're probably, I think they're all in this video too. Just peak, just all of them great. I love them all. So yeah, I'd say overall my fandom experience has been pretty positive.
Well, it's mostly been positive, I like for the most part. There are some bad actors in the fandom. I'm not going to name them, but if you know them, you know them. We don't speak about them, alright? We just don't do that, we just don't. But, yeah, just like that, it's been mostly positive, I've been able to meet so many people through this. I haven't really had any negative experience with the fandom, it's been mostly positive. There isn't really anything I can really say about them that's been actually really bad. It's been mostly positive, so okay. Next question.
What's your experience with the fandom? I wasn't really in the fandom that deeply. I only started going a little deep in the fandom very recently, but in my general experience, it was pretty nice, I guess. We don't really talk about the bad here, but I didn't know about any dramas at all until recently, and I am happy that I wasn't that deep in the fandom because, yeah, they did pretty weird stuff, I guess.
It's the best moment in my life because I was the second best builder to make my second best Murder Drone community. Yeah, he used to be Yoko server, but now he just stepped down. But I'm still favorable in the fandom, and thank you Loco again for inviting me to 5K Crew. Retweet, Yagsterr, make me laugh too much. I want to.
Bro, glad fucking.
My experience in the fandom has been very mixed. On the first hand, there are definitely the good moments, but there are definitely some bad ones as well. The good ones include maybe a favorite tweet I once sent, or glitch liking my post, or maybe even a certain milestone I had achieved. But definitely my favorite memory is getting to know certain people. For example, Yagsterr, which I'm currently on the YouTube channel of said person. But for sure him, and alongside definitely others as well. The bad side though is definitely the not so fun memories I have, and I do not really want to go over them, as I want to keep things positive in this video. But yeah, my overall experience within the fandom has been just very mixed overall, but with a slight tint towards good in my opinion.
In the grand scheme of fandoms, the Murder Drones community is pretty good. Obviously it has its issue, but when comparing to the other fandoms around, Murder Drones is pretty solid.
I was extremely hesitant to join the fandom for a long time. I don't want to get too personal, but at the time I started creating content, I was extremely lonely. But I can say for certain, these past 6 months have been some of the happiest moments of my life. I've met so many amazing people and made so many great friends, and my life has genuinely changed for the better. Everyone here is just so kind and accepting, perfect for a socially inept nerd like myself, and I just want to thank you all for that.
So I have two different categories to describe what my experience in the Murder Drones fandom has been like. Beautiful and amazing. I love you all. And that was a little iffy. Yeah. So overall, a lot of my experiences in the Murder Drones fandom have been amazing, whether it's talking about Murder Drones or any other topics. It's been watching the episodes, it's been watching streams from other content creators, it's been watching just general content from other content creators. It's been amazing throughout. And for the iffy part, that's just like some experiences that are pretty exclusive to me. So I'm not gonna go into detail about those, obviously, but generally the Murder Drones fandom has been a great place for me for the past few years. It's done so much for me, dude. It's been great being here.
My experience with the fandom, okay, there's very mixed feelings, but mostly good. I mean, the NXUzi shippers can get, a bit annoying. There's a lot of annoying people in this fandom. That's all I gotta say. But I'd say interacting with the fandom is worth it because, you know, because some people point out things you didn't notice in the series before, or you can discuss theories. That's something I've always liked about Murder Drones, is that the show makes it that you kind of have to, like, talk with people or interact with people or, you know, just kind of be schizo to figure out the lore. And, you know, I like that because it's just funner. It's just fun that way because then you wouldn't understand anything, and it is great. You know, it's great. As much hate as the fandom gets, it's fine. You know, we good.
What's my experience been like in the Murder Drones fandom? Well, a lot of good and bad to say the least. On one hand, it led me to have a lot of negative experience with some really nasty people, especially during the time where I was the owner of the Discord server Garage 98.7, and it was also super taxing on my mental health. But a lot of those negative outcomes led me to learn from those mistakes and, well, deal with these things better in the future. But it also led to me finding a bunch of other people who were just like me and doing a bunch of collaborations with them and talking to them and stuff. And being a part of this community. This amazing community. It's such a surreal experience, man. And boy howdy, you should have seen Just Turned 13 me's face when he saw one of his meme compilations appear for like half a second in Uncommon's Murder Drones fandom video. He was full of joy and whimsy for the rest of the damn day.
Oh, you got a minute? Alright, let's get the obvious out of the way. The shipping wars have been absolutely ridiculous and childish. I can say that having been part of the shipping wars and moved on from that, it really just doesn't matter at the end of the day. You'll wake up tomorrow and the sky will still be blue, but sending death and dox threats and whatever, even beyond Newsy, when V died, everyone was changing their PFPs to stuff like that, and it's just, that really sours the look at this fandom, and it's not going to make people want to invest in the show, because if they invest in the show they're going to want to join the community, and if they want to join the community and then they see everyone's just a bunch of toxic whatever have you, that's really going to leave a negative impression on us, and that's not what this fandom is. It's not what it should be. I'd like to think people now, after the show's over, know better than that. I'm not even kidding though, with this fandom, you don't explain one thing in proper detail, or if you just disagree with a simple opinion, this fandom eats you alive, and that's not okay. You have people coming out online and saying how ungrateful this community has been. It's gotten that bad. A lot of people agree, yeah, this community didn't deserve Murder Drones. Yeah, this community has been absolutely hogwash and toxic to people. You think new people are gonna want to join a fandom that has a public look like that? I don't think so. But excluding the bad, the good side of this community that is considerate, that is accepting, agrees to disagree when they don't like an opinion but they don't get mad about it, is so good. MCM Comic-Con in May earlier this year, meeting some of the fans there and Elsie, there really is a great side to this community, and it's unfortunate that it's minuscule. The good side of this community is so good-willed, and it's just such a nice place to be. And I really hope that now the show's over, we get to see more of that. There's gonna be less toxicity moving forward, less bias, less one-sidedness, less shipping wars. It looks like the fandom now is gonna start becoming a much better place, and I'm all here for it. I'm ready to engage, big or small. Let's express our fan art, let's express our fan series, our fan fictions, our voice acting skills, whatever have you. It's contributing to the fandom in some way, and that's what's keeping it alive. That's what's keeping the spirit of Murder Drones alive, is those little contributions means Murder Drones remains in the light. You guys are a bit of a mixed bag, but hey, the good one's in there, so good. Thank you.
Well, despite the video that still remains my most popular long-form piece, I've actually really enjoyed my time in the fandom. It's one of the first fandoms I've gotten into enough to explore outside of YouTube, and most of the people I've met have been really cool. You'll get some arrogant characters every now and then, but for the most part, if you know where to be, you'll be fine.
As for fandom experience, I'd say, honestly, pretty good. You know, despite the obvious bad parts, which are like in every single fandom ever, I did meet like a lot of cool people, including my girlfriend. Go follow her, by the way.
You know, honestly, just to keep this short and sweet, because I'm doing this on the 27th, and this is supposed to release on the 29th. Wow. All that procrastinating in high school is coming back to fucking haunt me. We're just gonna do favorite character, because that just keeps it simple. I've actually got a few favorite characters, so this kind of fucks me anyway. First favorite character, easily Thad. He deserved a lot more screen time. He deserved a lot more in general. But what we got from him was entertaining, and I enjoyed it a lot. Next up, easily the teacher. I mean, he's just the sassiest guy there. Very, very relatable character. Very, very handsome. Another banger of a character, easily Condorman. If you're watching this, Condorman, because you know you are. I know you are. Come on, bro. Absolutely outstanding mustache. Absolutely outstanding father. I mean, what else could you ask for? He's great. Oh, and not to mention Doors. Another two I'm going to toss into my favorites list are Alice and Jay for, Oh, yeah, I'm also going to throw Sin in there because I think, well, me personally, I love Murder Drones still. I don't think it's a perfect show, but I think Sin really added the horror element, like the really big horror element that the show, like, needed. Not to say it wasn't horrifying before, but she really, like, fucking sent it home. You know what I mean? So pretty much I like these characters because they're funny, and these characters for reasons.
My favorite characters, I'm gonna pull Liam, are En and Uzi. The reason being that I could relate to them the most. I also just absolutely adore them, individually and together. But I can relate to the two of them. With Uzi, it was her being bullied, being the loner freak weirdo of her colony, having a father who was absent. Khan was more mentally, emotionally abusive toward her, but mine was a workaholic, so I didn't really have a father figure in my life to an extent. So I could relate to her with daddy issues. With N, he's always trying to do his best to make everyone happy around him. He is very loyal to the ones he cares about, does anything he can to, make them happy, help them, whatever. Even to the point that he gets treated like a doormat. Like, he'll keep a smile on his face even as, like, when Jay just kind of stepped on him. Not kind of, she did step on him. He just goes, thank you. Like, I don't think I was to that degree, but it's very much like I would let people get away with things just because they were my friends and I cared about them. And the way he would repress things, consider it repressed. That definitely me for a long time, up until honestly recently. I learned not to do that, like fully, that it's not a good thing to repress stuff, so I could relate to him with that as well. But yeah.
My favorite character? Lizzie. Why? Because Lizzie is just Lizzie. For real though, she's a great part of the show's sidecast. She gives some excellent jokes in these episodes. She's also a god, I guess, because she can survive being thrown from a great distance, exploded by a missile, falling into Copper 9 several times, and surviving a damn sentinel without a scratch. Although while saying all this, I would have loved for her to go through some more development throughout the show. I understand why they might have not been able to fit that in, but it would have been a welcoming addition to her character either way.
My favorite character? Well, I like Uzi, V, Alice, Nori, Yeva, Doll, Tessa, Among Us, and Sin, because I like brutal woman characters that can fight and are silly and also cute.
It's actually hard for me to answer this question. Almost all the main and secondary characters have a cool design and their own twist. But I think I like N the most, since I have a cosplay avatar of him in Roblox, as well as a plush version of him in real life, which, by the way, one of my friends gave me. But I also can't help but mention the first good evil named Sin and the Blanter doll. I prove these two are quite cool. It's just a pleasure to watch their current actions. Sin is just a cool villain who combines the features of an absolute destroyer, a cute robot maid, and the psychopath who enjoys with every squeal of his victims. It's awesome. As for Doll, first of all, she's Russian. Dude, This literally a new Western whip animation which speaks my native language. Just think about it. There are so many native languages on earth like Spanish, Japanese, German, and others. But they seriously decide to make one of their characters speak the mighty Russian language. Words cannot describe how surprised I was when found out through the comments on the episode 3 that those Russian speaker, this red-eyed drone, has such a tragic backstory and such a good design. It's a shame that she was dumped at episode 7, because it will have been interesting to see how she could have cooperated with Uzi or tried to fight back with others against Sin, but no. The writers decide that Doll would just die stupidly at the hands of main villain. So yeah, Ain is my kind cool favorite, Sin is pure sweet evil, and Doll is the best Russian doll from web animation.
My favorite character probably has to go to either Sin or Uzi. It keeps constantly changing. The reason I like Uzi is because I think she's a great character who I also happen to relate to from time to time. At times she can be a bit cringy, but that's why I find her charming. As for Sin, I love how genuinely evil she is. She has a cool design and amazing voice actor, and is also probably the most expressive character in the show. Debatably the funniest. But if I had to choose a favorite, it would probably go to Dad.
Obviously, I already said my favorite character is V and why that is, but I can go into a little more detail. A lot of the stuff about her that I was analyzing, and I was like, really connected with me, is there was this one thing was I struggle to really care about relationships. Like, when I make friends, right? I make friends pretty easily, I'd say. And I've got a few close friends that I've managed to really click with. But for most of the time when I make friends, I'm just kind of distant because I'm like, it's really hard for me to start caring about relationships. And that was something I saw in V. Something I really saw in V. And I was like, yeah, granted she had her reasons, but even still, like at the end of the show, she has like, what, 3 friends? And Uzi, Lizzie, she's pretty distant from everyone else, and that really clicked with me, because she can make friends easily, she just doesn't, you know, and that really connected with me. Another thing was, she's a very angry person, and of course, as a kid, I struggled very heavily with anger issues. So I saw how easily she got pissed off, and I was like, okay, yeah, that really That's me, alright. In terms of hiding her feelings and trying to, you know, like, keep others in the dark, something I've done sometimes, not as like strong as the other ones, but I can still relate to that. So yeah, I'm not very good at keeping secrets, but, so I can relate to the struggle of that. And V is just funny. She's just funny. I love V. I have her plushie. The new one, which is also great. But the old one's out of stock and I need them both. I need them both. And maybe by the time this video is out, I'll have the cat one, because I want that too. I need all the V merch. And of course I have some other characters too, but like, who cares about that? We care about V merch only in this house.
Favorite character? You already know me. It's Lizzie. Why? Well, you know, first of all, she's funny. She has a lot of sass, you know, and of course she has a plot armor, so she never dies. And you know what I like, my favorite character doesn't die. So, and you know, and she's also pretty damn attractive too. I'd say she's hotter than V. One misconception that, you know, this makes me like her more is how she was able to, you know, cut ties with Doll after noticing that she was a bit of a bad actor. Like, everyone likes to say that, oh, Lizzie was such a bastard for betraying Doll when she never did in the first place, dog. Like, come on now. She never did. It was just as simple as, oh, I think Doll's a bad person. I think I should cut ties with her. And in a way, she's right. You know, it's just one of those things that not a lot of people tend to see. So that's another one of those things.
My favorite character in Murder Drones is Jay. Jay is definitely one of the most tragic characters in Murder Drones. She's forced to do nothing but watch as her best friend is killed and worn as a costume by the same eldritch god that both of them were trying to defeat. Then that eldritch god decides to make clones of Jay, so if Jay ever stepped out of line, then it would probably kill her over and over again. So she's forced to kill all humans on Earth. Then she's sent to Copper 9 to kill all Solver hosts, so there's no threat to Sin's power. And on top of all that, she has to deal with her grief over Tessa. It's a shame they never show it, but it seriously must have hurt Jay to have to go along with all of this. And usually this is where I say the character got a happy ending, but Jay never got an ending. Instead, she's alone, repairing her spaceship to be alone in space with no one coming to save her, no one coming to be there for her. She has nothing. It truly hurts to see Jay all alone, especially after Home made her a likable character. Actually, scratch that. Home made her a lovable character. Jay and Tessa's relationship is definitely my favorite one in the entire series. It's just so interesting, and I truly wish they got more screen time together. I truly wish Jay got more screen time, but I still enjoy the screen time she got, and glad to see her in this series.
I really like Doll, I like Sin too, but she's kinda the popular option and I wanna be different, you know. But she is poorly written and ate up screen time and should have died after. Shut up, I'm the one talking here. You do not dare open your doll-hating mouth you got there. Yeah, sure, her writing wasn't the best. In fact, she's probably one of the weakest written characters, but I do not really care actually. I don't care about those fancy stuff like story and writing and emotional impact and stuff. My standards are very simple. She's cool, sadistic, she has the sickest poses, mysterious enough to make me really care about her. That's what makes me like her for the most part. I don't care about how badly she was written as long as she is still cool as hell. Thank you, episode 7. But yeah, finally I got to talk about Doll. Yippee! :3.
My favorite characters, and why? Cause he just is.
To make it short, episode 1 to 4 is N. And is just jack of all trade personality. He can be funny, he can be serious, I don't know. Episode 5 to 6, Tessa. She always likes to want to help everyone. And revealing herself his sin, which crying on the floor when Annie freaking killed her. She have a lot of build up, a lot of personality, but she's dead. Episode 7 to 8, Sin. I don't have to explain this. She's goofy. Even though she's like a freaking planet destroyer, everyone still love her.
My favorite character. Do I even need to answer that?
My personal favourite character I would have to say is Jay. She provides a valuable straight man character to bounce off the more erratic personalities of the rest of the cast, plus I find her personality very entertaining.
It's senior informed.
Sin. I just feel attuned to the silly. Fitzy just does an amazing job of voicing her, and I find it amazing how someone can make their voice sound like that. Hell, I was able to do it like a year ago, but we don't talk about that.
My favourite character, without any doubt, is N. For mostly subjective reasons. I generally find him endearing and relatable, and he is quite likable as a character. His writing in episode 8 was horrible though.
So my favorite character overall is Alice. I have no idea why. She's just a little kooky crazy and I love her. But design-wise, I really love Nori's worker drone form. It's very pretty.
My favorite character? Oh, I really don't know. It's Doll. It's Doll. I love Doll. She's a really wasted character, but that was Liam's choice. She's very pretty. It would have been cool to see Doll join the main cast, but I mean, it's more in character for Doll to not join the main cast because she's very introverted, and yeah, I just love that about her.
Favorite character? Easily Sam. If anyone says otherwise, they probably haven't played Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. Oh god.
Gotta say it, it's my boy Thad. Even though he's not canonically Uzi's love interest anymore, his inclusion in the show still feels important in a way. And I get the feeling there were originally big plans for him, as we see in episode 2. he wants to be part of this sort of investigation into what the eldritch horrors behind the scenes are. And personally, if you ask me, that whole PR talk Liam had in GlitchX of Thad not wanting to have anything to do with the eldritch horror stuff, that's total crap. Episodes 7 and 8 are proof of that. Hell, the ending of episode 1 was even proof of that, when even the WTF was stepping down against J and V. Who was the only one to fight? Thad! There was absolutely more planned with this guy, and it was unfortunate to see it get cut after episode 2 for unknown reasons. He felt like an important main character figure, and then he just ceased to exist beside 1 or 2 lines. Sometimes not even any lines. But I do like how we see he is the first person to show any sort of support or care for Uzi in the entire series, showcasing she's not entirely alone. She does have, if not a friend, then definitely a mutual, an equal in a way. Ship or no ship, these two are cool with each other. I really wish they had gone with the N, Uzi, and Thad trio, because that could have been so much more interesting to see in future episodes. In fact, they do actually reference that in the credits of episode 8. I think the best quality of Thad is what we haven't seen, and that's for us to explore, really. He seems like a really interesting character who's not just stereotypical jock.
In terms of my favorite character, I have to tie it between these two. Now, Uzi has been just like a comfort character for me, really. This character who doesn't fit in at all, is kind of an outcast, but is the main focus of the show, and you get to see them grow, and you see her development, and it's something that I see that growth, and I find it very heartwarming just to see how much she grows between the first episode and the ending. But N is also, this goober right here is also he means a lot to me. I relate to him a lot, or like he relates to me, I relate to him, whichever way you want to put it. There's many, many things I could go on about how much I relate to this character, and the voice doesn't even help. I sound like him sometimes, like when I scream.
What? V!
But this character right here has presented me with so much opportunity and has honestly changed my life. So I want to personally thank Michael Kovac for his performance as N. I've thanked him before, and he's replied, but God, Michael is such a huge inspiration to me, and I really hope one day I can meet him and just shake his hand, give him a hug, because that little goober right there is gone me to pursue this dream. And it's nothing short of amazing, like I said.
As for favorite character, moment, scene, or whatever, all I have to say is Jay's the best girl. Okay, bye!
My favorite episode, would have to be, it's honestly kind of a tie between 1 and 2, but if I had to pick, I would probably give it to 1, because it set everything up for me, or not set everything up for me, but it is what drew me into the series. It had everything to me. It had the mystery of the disassembly drones, like what happened to the humans exactly, what exactly was going on. And then if you notice by a frame, like Uzi's solver symbol in her eye during the fight she and had against J and V. It's kind of like, well, what's that? What's that mystery? And then at the end of the episode, you see her when she's cackling all evilly. The solver symbol appears over her eye. So it's kind of like, okay, so it's tied in. So it not only introduced the mystery of the solver, you also had when N came back, like his head, not when his head grew back, but when after Jay slapped him and rebooted him, you could see on his visor the text with Sin blocked the AS, so it's like, who's Sin? I just think the pilot did an amazing job at setting everything up for the mystery and what was going to continue, what could have continued forward in this, like, into it. Plus the music, the ambiance, just the shots themselves, like Uzi walking toward the corpse spire, and just how quiet, and all you hear is like the whooshing, pretty much of the wind and of the snow, or asbestos as Liam called it. I still think it's snow. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Everything about the pilot just felt like, I would definitely call it my favorite episode if I had to pick, just because of everything. Music, ambiance, characters, like, you get to see Uzi kind of as a character. You get N, you get V, J. I mean, we got to see her character before she got blown to bits. But, you know, you get introduced, you get to see Doll in the background, you see Lizzie, you see Thad, before he kind of got scrapped, as a, like, possible main side character. You know, you got Khan, you also get the mystery with Uzi's mom, and, like, the fact that Khan had to put her out of her misery. It's just, like, it feels like a lot was put into the pilot without it feeling like too much. And yeah, so I would definitely give hands down my favorite episode of the series was the pilot.
I'll be blunt and get to the point. It's the pilot. It has the perfect mix of comedy and horror, and the right amount of Liam Vicker's charm, while also introducing us to the world and its characters. Every single thing in the pilot is on point here, and it really feels like we were building up to something much bigger with JC Jensen and the humans, which unfortunately, they did kinda mess up. I'm still glad we got the show, don't get me wrong, it's just this is my golden standard for a Murder Drone series plot.
My favorite episodes are episode 2, and this episode can steal my heart and make me join the fandom 100%. I like how Jay turns into Eldritch Monster and the way she revealed Nori as a hologram. That's so cool. It aroused my curiosity glands, aroused that how the story is. I want to know it all. Another one is episodes 7 and 8. I bet everyone might know the reason why this is my favorites episode. The way how they show us that Tessa, something that humans cannot do that. The way how they show us that that's not Tessa and creepy walking like zombies. And the first time they reveal that Tessa is Sin wearing her skin, and that's super cool and terrifying. Another thing that everyone should not miss is the fight scene of episode 8, and the cool music. They did great. I love the song so much. I swear if I have more time, I will make AMV about the Bite Me song. Sadly, episode 8 is the last episode, and there won't be more seasons 2. There are still some stories that haven't revealed yet examples of what Sin really wants. The backstory, Nori? What is the absolute solver and how does it exist? But looks like we need to solve it by ourselves.
Here I can say that most likely my favorite episode of Murder Drones is 4. After all, it was based on this episode that I first encountered the FNF mod, which is kind of symbol of my acquaintance with Murder Drones. Yes, even if we put aside nostalgia, the 4th episode has a good atmosphere in the forest, good soundtracks, and at least a small battle of Fwoggie against V. This is the episode when I was watching which I screamed, "Oh Fwoggie, are you really going to become a badass girl?" As for the other episodes, of course, the 3rd one stands out with its cool music and the battle of Fwoggie against Doll, as well as the last 3 with a direct sequence of events. But most likely many people will note such episodes as 1st, 5 and the last one, since the first 2 give us important information about drones, and the last one just blows our minds with its epicness. But no matter how good the other episodes are, the 4th episode still means a lot to me, so I think it is deserves to be my favorite episode. Okay, let me just show them. Yeah, TotallyNot edits have a good demonstration of it.
Favorite episode? Before the finale, it was episode 6. And I'm sure you can guess why. It was the moment that really made a lot of people realize, damn, V's kind of cool. The sacrifice was crazy, and everyone went wild over that. Myself included, not the first time I watched it, of course, on the rewatch, like I said. So yeah, so of course, V episode. Whoa. Big shocker, the V fan likes the episode with V. Whoa. My mic is like freaking when I do that. I should probably stop stop talking so close to it because it's making weird noise, making the blowing noises whenever I do the and that's probably not very enjoyable for many people to watch, so I'm gonna stop getting so close to the mic. But yeah, episode 6, the Sentinels were so cool. They were so cool. So I loved episode 6, and then the finale came out and it blew everything out of the water. It's my favorite episode. My episode ranking is not out by the time I'm recording this, but it will be out by the time this video is out, hopefully, unless I somehow procrastinate 2 months. I hope not. But I've done something similar in the past. With a FNAF video. So I definitely could. I really hope not, though. But yeah, episode 8 was just, it really gave, big shocker here, V the time she needed. I was always someone who said V could be perfect if she just came back and apologized to N and showed her payoff with Uzi. And what do you know? That is exactly what we did. Because maybe I'm a little good at analyzing characters that I've spent hours doing with B in particular. So I was like, she really needs this, and then that's what we got. She came back. I popped off. She had that hallway scene, probably the best scene in the episode, and literally already made her character. But then something some of the other episodes didn't do, and I'm glad episode 8 did, was she really felt like a main character. She was fighting alongside N and Uzi. She had her own little arc. She felt like a main character in that episode. Other episodes, she was like, oh, she's there to progress the plot, or she's there to be funny. Some episodes, she was a main character. She is a main character, but like, some episodes, she actually felt like it. Like, you know, episode 6, episode 4. But, you know, just, I'm glad she really felt like a main character in this episode, and I noticed a lot of people realized it too. Even the people who didn't think V should come back were like, okay, yeah, she was kind of good in this episode. So, you know, good.
Favorite episode? It's Mass Destruction. Yeah, everything about Mass Destruction is perfect. Its lead up to the finale was like really good. It set things up. Our expectations were really high for the finale, but it didn't really pay off that much, which I'll get into that in a bit. But yeah, I think it's just perfect Mass Destruction. You know, the action's really good. The music, the music is absolutely lush, and the animation is honestly, I think Mass Destruction is the best animation in the entire series, because Absolute End takes a little bit too far. You know, I'm just gonna say that. The setting is also really cool too, seeing the cathedral, and of course Thad and Lizzie return, and of course seeing my girls, it always brings a smile to my face.
My favorite episode in Murder Drones is definitely Mass Destruction. This episode is easily the most important episode in the series. We get to reveal that Nori is alive alongside getting her backstory. We have Doll get killed off, and we get the Sinasa plot twist. These 3 things are just a couple major things that happen this episode, and it truly is incredible seeing what they can do with 25-minute episodes. Mass Destruction feels perfectly balanced out. The characters and plot go along with each other really well. Mass Destruction is definitely where Murder Drones peaked.
I have 3 options, episode 3, 7, and 8. Even though I currently love episode 7, I did not like it at all when it first came out for many reasons, and Doll died too there, so yeah, it's not my most favorite, but it's definitely somewhere there. Episode 3 is probably more nostalgic to me, and it is probably objectively better written than 8. Also, it was Doll's prime, so yeah, my most favorite episode is 3, I guess.
I have 2 in mind as well. Episode 7 in terms of writing, and a bit of OST. It's just the best. Like, the song doing N and Uzi fight is the hardest one. It's like the 4th hardest one for me.
My favorite episode is episode 6. And even though some people might be wondering, well, why episode 6? Because Khan isn't even in that episode. Well, it's because I thought things were the best balance in a good way in that episode. So what I mean by that is the lore, the scenes, and even the fucking romance was very well executed, and that's why I think episode 6 is the best episode. That's probably the shortest summary I can really give of why I think episode 6 is the best. Though, episode 7 also comes very close to topping that too.
It would have to be episode 2. It is very much an underappreciated episode. There's a lot of vital setup for the rest of the show. Uniquely, it is also able to give the whole cast at least one good character moment or time to shine within the episode, which is something that none of the other episodes could really boast.
Probably episode 7. After half a year of silence, they delivered absolute cinema.
My favorite episode is by far Mass Destruction. I like the stakes of the episode, the building to a tragic ending alongside the Sinwalker twist. It, generally speaking, felt thought out and well planned, and was a good end of the night for me when I binged all 7 episodes straight. Personally though, leaving Uzi alive was a mistake.
My favorite episode has to be Mass Destruction because of the pacing, the storytelling, and the animation all combined. It probably would be episode 8 if the animations wasn't. The animation for episode 8 just felt unfamiliar, so that kind of brought it down in my mind. It's still an amazing episode, but because of the animation quality, animation quality was amazing. But I have to give it to episode 7 because it felt like Murder Drones.
My favorite episode has gotta be the pilot. Everything in it is perfect. The pacing, just everything, except for the animation. But it was the pilot after all. So what are you gonna do? It would be cool if they reanimated the pilot, but I'm not sure if they would do that or not. I love almost all the episodes. It's just the pilot is the best one because of the story, the plot, the pacing, yeah, everything.
Favorite episode? They're all good. Too hard to pick favorites apart from episode 5. But if I had to choose favorites, it would probably be episode 3 and 7, and I know a lot of you guys can agree with me. Something like, fuck you.
Personally, episode 2. The starting scene alone is really interesting, and it would have been cool for them to go deeper into this whole human thing, the whole Elliot Manor. Are they the rulers of J.C. Jensen? We didn't know, and it's unfortunate to see in the end, in episode 5, that they're all played up as a joke. So that was a bit of wasted potential there, especially with the first scene literally being of N serving what seems to be the host of the party. Also, the amount of horror that was amped up in this episode, really setting the tone of the show. It's like, it's time to get serious. The eldritch entities are coming out to play, and no one is safe. The way it plays mind games with Uzi, even going to the point where it actually goes ahead and kills her father in front of her, as far as she knew anyway. The way this eldritch entity of the Solver toys with its victims is insanely creepy. And the design of the thing alone, incredible. The Solver in this episode is displayed as an incredibly smart program that toys with its food. And I really like that. It's as if it knows what's going to happen the whole time. It's calculated this entire big master plan of just eating the whole planet. And it knows how it's going to end. And it can just goof around all the way because it knows it's won. Of course, in the end, it didn't. But hey. I bet you thought I was going to say that's just a theory, right? Get out of here.
Now, in terms of my favorite episode / moments or whatever, it's definitely going to be episode 3, The Promening. It's a fan favorite for a reason. I absolutely love the dynamic between N and Uzi. There's so many iconic scenes in it. Good comedy. Good story, too. I feel like in the first 2 episodes, they kind of, like, tiptoe with, like, Solver stuff. But I feel like in episode 3, they really, like, show what it can do. Like, the full power of, like, the base of it, the whole concrete thing about it. You get Doll, which is awesome. You get the Newsy prom scene. Love that. Can't go wrong with that. Just so many good moments in that episode.
My favorite moment would have to be the moment in episode 4 when N and Uzi are falling from the sky and they have their little talk, or not really a little talk, but they have their talk together. Up until episode 4, this series had its rushed pace moments. It always did. And so when that moment happened, I was like, wow, this is a really nice breathing moment where the characters are given the time to talk to each other and express how they're feeling, and you have, N revealing how he finds scary things less scary with Uzi around, and how she feels the same way, and she also reveals that, she's scared of him abandoning her, so we get to see that she has abandonment issues, and that's when the whole, we'll stick together, like, that's when that promise was made, pretty much, between the two of them, and then you get an even a little comedic moment with N puppeteering Uzi's Solver tail. I don't know, the whole moment just felt very, like, there are a lot of moments, like, I wanted to pick from. I could think of, like, Eldritch J's reveal in episode 2, the prom dance fight in episode 3, episode, I would say 7, with N cutting Tessa's head off, episode 8, even with the callback ping scene. There were quite a few I wasn't sure to pick from, but it all went back to episode 4's moment. I just can't. It just was like the perfect moment for me, and I don't think really there's been any other moment that really gave the characters time to breathe since then, or prior to that, or since then. And also AJ's, just the song, the song that AJ crafted for that scene was just so soft and sweet with the soft piano, and just that became their theme, and it became a theme continuously used for them throughout the rest of the series. So yeah, I'm gonna give my favorite moment to that one.
My favourite moment is probably a good cross between the episode 1 final battle, which is just still up there as one of the best fights in the series, next to 7 and 8. And no, throwing tables around for a minute does not count as a fight. Fight me. Or, alternatively, I would go with the monochrome moment in episode 8. It just looks cool. Then again, I am a sucker for classic black and white stylization.
Okay, let me just show them. Yeah, YourLocalYouTuber edits have a good demonstration of it.
Favorite moment? There are two that I'm struggling between. For episode 8, it would have easily been V Sacrifice. Boom. Made me cry many times. Surely it has to be that, right? But then the V hallway scene came out, and was literally exactly what I asked for, and literally perfected her character. So maybe that one? Maybe? Because that one was really good. Yeah, I might go with that one. I was a really big fan of the finale, as you can probably tell.
I don't really have one, but if I had to pick, yeah, the last fight in Absolute End. I mean, come on, who doesn't like that? Would bite me in the background? Hell yeah.
Moment is N screaming to cool face guy. I cannot explain anymore. All of a sudden happened.
My favorite moment within this show. Now look, I can choose for any moment, like the knife dance, the moment where Khan suddenly returns to become a badass, or even moments out of episode 1, the first fight scene. But I'm not choosing any of those. What I'm choosing for is the final battle between Uzi and Sin in episode 8. Though episode 8 is definitely not my favorite episode in the slightest, on my opinion, so that I will come back on this question after this. I just really want to say the fight scenes and just the overall quality of them and just the enjoyability, absolute fucking cinema. If you just take away the lore flaws and just rate it on pure enjoyability and entertainment, it's absolute fucking cinema, and I don't even think it needs explaining on why it's absolute cinema.
When they reveal Eldritch J in episode 2, it was definitely where my interest for the series peaked.
My favorite moment of the story is the Crucifix's demise, also in episode 7. as not only does it create drama and discourse between En and Uzi, but it also demonstrates how En's kindness and friend faith is easily manipulated by Sin.
Oh my god. My favorite moment of the show either has to be Mass Destruction's fight scene, cause oh my god! And having to fight Uzi while she's being possessed. Insane. Or it has to be Falling With You, like that Falling With You scene with the OST, Falling With You, in episode 8. Tugging at my heartstrings. It was cringy. I love it. This show is so cringy and it's amazing.
My favorite moment, I think it's the Tessin or Sinessa reveal. The reveal that Tessa was Sin all along. It's just, I always get excited as I'm watching the episode, to see my friends' reactions to the twist. I just like that scene. I love it.
Favorite moment from the show? Well, that I just can't choose. There's so many cool and well-known moments from the show. From the iconic Uzi and N versus J and V fight scene from the pilot, the Solver J fight in episode 2, the famous knife dance sequence, the Solver Uzi rampage, V sacrifice, the showdown between Sin and possessed Uzi and N, and, of course, the final fight between Uzi and Sin. So, I won't pick for this one, they're all too good.
It's gotta be the credit sequence, that beautiful song of just wrapping everything up and seeing all these old locations for the last time. I literally cried on a VC with a friend while watching this episode again, and it finally hit me that Murder Drones is over. And getting to see the characters that we love so much live out their lives free from conflict and stress. They deserve it after all the horrors they've been through, all the absolute, no pun intended, crap that the Solver has made them endure. They deserve a nice, long, happy break. Happily ever after, in a sense, because as we find out in the post-credits, it's not quite gone yet. It's still just kicking about third-wheeling Azuzi's tail. I don't know, something about the credits just feels like a real love letter to the fandom, and, I received that love letter and I appreciate it, Liam. Thank you.
My favourite moment in the show is one that I think is very underappreciated, and it's the final part of episode 2 where Uzi hugs Khan. It's one of very few moments in the show where Uzi lets the bite me attitude go and shows a genuine need for help. There's no dialogue from her, nobody needs to tell you what's going on, it's just raw emotion, and I really like that.
My favorite OST? Oh boy, that's it's quite a few I love from the OSTs, but if I had to pick, I'm not gonna be able to pick one, because yeah, that's kind of impossible. Sorry, Yagsterr. I'm gonna go with two of them, and that would be Falling For You, and then Disassembly Required, which I'm pretty sure that one counts, considering it was made by Liam, and it was made for the teaser trailer of Murder Drones. But if not, I guess I'll replace it with Solver Uzi, because that's definitely a close third. But if Disassembly Required is okay, then definitely that one and Falling For You, because those two I could listen to on repeat for sure, and they also mean the most to me. And they also have kind of a big impact on the show in the sense of like the theme for the Falling For You theme for En and Uzi are used continuously for them throughout the rest of the series. And then Disassembly Required, the beat of dun 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 dun, that's used repeatedly in so many songs in the OSTs for the show that, yeah, those are my reasons that I would call those my favorite OSTs.
Forever. Single-handedly the most emotional song out of this entire series. It's a glisten of brilliance in the OST with an at best decent series. The plain fact that it harkens back to the episode 1 opening song is just great by itself. I will definitely be listening to this one forever. Okay, I'll see myself out.
Oh yeah, finally, this section. My favorite soundtracks are Knife Dance, Solver Uzi, Falling For You, That's a nice hallway. You ever see a hallway that nice? Yeah, IGSpirit really did a good job on these tracks. I really like the first two for their dynamics, and the last two are captivating with their deep atmosphere. I freaking adore these soundtracks. Oh yeah, of course, also Channel Destroyer and Bite Me need a separate prize. Oh my god, those guitar parts are just amazing. I'm just amazed how IGSpirit managed to combine Nightcore and rock style so well in Bite Me, but it really sounds banger. I'm just shocked at this guy's talent. Some of my friends have actually listened to Bite Me like 50 times, and I'm not kidding. I really hope we get to hear more good work from IGSpirit in the future, if he ever appears on another glitch show.
Oh, this is such a difficult one. There are so many songs that I've just been completely obsessed with. If we're talking about the one I've listened to the most, it has to go to Bite Me. Every time I walk to school, I listen to this song a minimum of 2 times. Other than that, I really can't narrow it down that well, so I'm just going to choose my favorite song from each episode, minus these two. My favorite in episode 1 is definitely Click, if we're not counting Disassembly Required. For episode 3, it probably has to go to Get Prommed, Knife Dance being a close second. Episode 4 is undoubtedly Sulfur Uzi, no contest. Episode 6 has to go to Nothing Personal Kid, again with Eternal Dream being a very close second. Episode 7 is a toss-up between You're Freaking Grounded and Die Mad, with You're Freaking Grounded taking the cake for now. And ignoring Bite Me and Forever, my favorite song in episode 8 is definitely Falling With You.
You know, there's a few. I love Sulfur Uzi, I love Disassembly Required, I love Knife Dance, I love Murder Drones, I love, I think, okay, episode 3, volume 3 just came out, like, today. What were they called? Forever was really good. Eternal Destruction was amazing. What was those ones from episode 7? You're Freaking Grounded was amazing, and Die Mad, those ones were amazing. But Eternal Dream was peak, and that's not my favorite one, but I just wanted to give it a special shout out because before episode 8 it definitely was, and it is just so emotional. I love it. I really, really do. I just wanted to, even though it's not my favorite, I wanted to give it a special shout out because, oh man, I love that. Yeah. And then, now we got, Bite Me, the Nightcore one. Which I didn't expect anything to be able to beat Eternal Dream for me, but it did, and I was like, whoa. Whoa. That's pretty good. I'm not good at talking about music. I'm not good at describing why I like it. It sounds good. Yep. It sounds good, bro. That's why I like it.
That's a tough one, because I honestly can't pick, because it's like 5 that really stand out to me. If you had to tell me what's a favorite, it's either between these options: Click, Murder Brings, Get Prommed, Knife Dance, Sulfur Uzi, You're Freaking Grounded, Eternal Destroyer, and Bite Me. Those are by far the best ones. Those are like the highlights for me.
Well, I have many options. I previously had Bite Me as top one, but after its magic worn off or something, I don't know, now I clearly see my favorite OST, which is Disassembly Required. The OST is not only cool, made by Liam, hits harder than a nuclear bomb, but it's also probably the most iconic OST of Murder Drones, even though it was never used in the actual show.
And my favorite OST is Falling With You.
I got 4 in mind. First one is Bite Me, which gave me motivation to study for some reason, but that's what my brain says. But secondly, I think it's Forever, cause this part has too much yapping. I'll make it short. The lyrics is literally relatable to everything about my life. Thirdly, Eternal Destroyer, which will give me Detroit Become Human vibe, like that one evident room. Like, I can't really explain it. It's just the same beat to the original song. Lastly, I think it's You're Freaking Grounded. It's legitimately has the best beat and it's a good build out, but sadly Bite Me is the hardest of all. I will definitely still listen to it, but obviously Bite Me is the best. I don't know what to say. And I think that's all. Let me check. Yeah, that's all.
My favorite OST within the show itself is one that got me more than 100,000 views. Because I leaked it a day early. Sorry, AJ Despirito. It's of course the Nightcore song, Bite Me. Even though I myself before this never enjoyed Nightcore, dang, this song slaps, and AJ Despirito really cooked with this one. Just like with the rest of the OSTs. It's not because this is my favorite, the other ones are shit. No, the other ones are actually peak because I just love so many of his songs, man, and just the OST overall. Man, he always cooks. That is one thing that is for sure, and with each episode.
Easily disassembly required. It is a classic track that set off the whole show.
Oh, it's a tough one, but I'd have to give it to Silver Uzi. It just has something that Disassembly Required doesn't have. I used to scour the internet for unofficial releases before Volume 2 of the OST actually dropped, which is also how I found out about Yagsterr, but I didn't realize it was him until much later.
My favorite OST is between Silver Uzi and You're Frickin' Grounded. But gun to my head, I'd give the edge to Silver Uzi due to just how foreign it is from the other soundtracks, along with how good it works with the set and scenery. It does a good job of verbalizing Uzi's brief descent into madness.
My favorite OST of the show, with no competition, has to be Forever. I'll just be like scrolling through TikTok and that will come up as the sound on it, and I will burst into tears no matter what the TikTok is about. That's like my only explanation. This song makes me cry! I love it!
Oh no, my favorite OST, alright, I'm gonna list them all out and then I'm gonna choose one. So, first off, there's Silver Uzi, which is the FanDub credits. I literally hum it all the time. Then we got Disassembly Required, very good. Then the classic Murder Drones theme, which it just makes me feel powerful whenever I hum it. And then we got all the lyrical songs, Forever, Eternal Dream, and the Bite Me Nightcore song. I think I gotta go the Bite Me Nightcore. It's just great. I love it.
Favorite OST track? I'm gonna go obscure here and say Silver Uzi. As someone who listens to nothing but the music from the Super Meat Boy soundtrack, it fits my style perfectly.
It has to be Whispers in the Sky. Nothing but music with these haunting visuals of Uzi wandering towards the corpse spire through this frozen wasteland, and that slow panning shot of all the outpost's previous peers stacked into this disgusting mesh. It's just hauntingly beautiful.
Now, my favorite song is gotta be Forever. Like, best end credit song for the entire, best little bow wrapped on the series. Just amazing. I definitely want a full version of that, just a longer extended version. I would 100% do a cover of that.
Boy, is that a toughie. Overall, I'm very happy with the show, but, you know, there's still bits and pieces there that really piss me off. Like, you know, how they end episode 7 with, like, you know, Thad, Lizzie, and fucking Khan, like, ready to face off against J Murder Drones. And the next episode, they're on their asses because, sure, I don't, but it's still great. I know I said it's good, not great, but I take it back. I think it's great. But yeah, that's about the end of my segment. I fucking love it!
I'm gonna hold back my full thoughts for this because it could be a video of its own. To the summary, no. I am not happy with how Murder Drones ended at all. But to kind of explain why, without going on a rant, pretty much, I think the animation, music, and the fight scenes are absolutely what carried this episode, and they are hands down the best part of it to me. Like, especially the animation, just insane job to the animators. The fight scenes were well choreographed and were definitely the best fight scenes in the series. Music, AJ knocked it out of the park with the music, especially like the Bite Me song. But other than that, the writing, the pacing, everything else you could think of, were the worst, in my opinion, out of the series. And that's alright to me if it was just a normal episode. I would have forgiven it for that and looked over it and just been like, okay, on to the next. But with it being the finale for the series, yeah, no, I was not happy with it. In fact, it was probably 90% of the reason why I cried after watching it was because of how disappointed I was. But yeah.
I think the ending was a decently satisfying conclusion to the series. Sure, I would have loved a darker ending, or just, something in that territory, but what we have right now, it's good enough for me. Although I would have preferred a longer runtime, and just some character development to be handled a little better, because all of it was a little rushed because of that plain fact. But with a stupidly controversial series like Murder Drones, it's probably better to end it on a high note, instead of doing something which could potentially cause more controversy. And even if we don't get any more, long-form content from Glitch for Murder Drones, I am completely happy with the amount of up-and-coming talented creators on YouTube, TikTok, all of these social media platforms coming together to contribute and keep this series alive in the way it should. So thank you, Murder Drones. You've given us something to remember for the rest of our lives, that's for sure. I'm at least satisfied with the ending. And plus, Forever plays, so that's...
Yes, I really enjoyed how it ended, but I still need more of characters' backstory. I am still hungry of lore XD. And thank you again for Liam Vickers Animations and Glitch Production for making wonderful indie animation. My time is up now, so I'll take my leave.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it ended. Sure, there could have been some more character deaths. Sure, I wish Khan and Nori especially got more time in a reunion scene. Sure, Thad and Lizzie were a little bit sidelined, but they were the whole series, so it's whatever. Mostly the Khan and Nori reunion scene was something I wanted. But N, Uzi, and V, and Sin really got what they needed. V especially, of course, I'm V's #1 fan. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the community just know me as the V guy, which, I'm not complaining. That is something I talk about quite a lot. So yeah. Especially V getting her happy ending she deserved. Quite happy with how it ended. The happy ending made me smile. I like it.
Yes. I was initially disappointed with it at first because, we were all expecting an ending much darker, but Liam basically confirmed that if he was gonna do a long-form series, it was gonna have a happy ending, so I guess we should have saw it coming. It shouldn't have been that big of a surprise, but yeah, I guess, I'm satisfied with what we got in the end, that's just basically how life goes. You don't always get what you want. So yeah, those were my questions. On to the next guy, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm happy.
I am very mixed with how Murder Drones ended. I am happy that it ended on an entertaining and happy ending, but looking back, lore-wise, it still doesn't make any sense. No wonder why some MD YouTubers are calling this episode, the finale, one of the worst, if not the worst episode in this series. Again, there's also still so many unanswered questions in my mind that will just remain unanswered. I mean, I do not expect all of them to be answered, but come on. There is so many of them. With the amount of unanswered questions, I still feel the series isn't done yet, even though it absolutely is. With that little rat out of the way, at least Khan survived the finale and did something in it. That's at least a huge W. But yeah, I'm very mixed with how it ended.
I personally expected and wanted to see a much darker ending to the series, but I cannot deny that seeing the whole cast happy at the end did warm my cold heart somewhat.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Am I happy with how Murder Drones ended? I am, but only because deep down I just needed it to be a happy ending. In terms of writing, it is a horrible ending, but I frankly don't care because I just wanted to see N live and be happy. rather than a well-written ending. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, Murderdrones. It's been a wild ride, and while the show is officially over, there is many spin-off shows in the way for thee to enjoy. Don't forget, Romeo Man's game is on the way as well. Cheers for watching, chaps.
I really didn't like it at first, but I have warmed up to it. It's a-okay now, but it could have been better. I really at least wanted a bittersweet ending, but it's their choice, I guess. But it could have been better, you know. But I don't hate it. I don't hate it as much as I used to. It's good. And it lets fan projects kind of set sail because, you know, like if people want to make a continuation of the series, they can because everyone lived. So, yeah. I kind of wish, I wish Ann or Uzi died, but it's fine.
More or less, I would say the episode did feel quite rushed and could have had used a lot more time to do things, but in the short time span it was given, I think it was able to deliver a good enough conclusion with a lot of style and just enough substance to leave me satisfied. Okay, that's the last of me. You're gonna be seeing this collab. Fuck you.
For the most part, yeah. I think it was a great ending. It did feel rushed in some places, I will admit that, and with the 20-minute runtime, in fact just under if you exclude the credits and the opening little Glitch Productions logos, it's just under 20 minutes. It's 19 minutes and 30-something seconds, which is one of the shortest episodes of the entire show. Like, shorter than episode 5. Still better than episode 5. Something I really loved about this episode, and I think it's its best quality, is how much of a threat Tessin feels like. The Solver really settles into its role of, I'm done screwing around, it's time for my victory. And it's a horrifying creature. No matter where the characters go, no matter where they hide, this thing will constantly be hunting them. And the way that it keeps trying to just eat the cores over and over, constantly taking them out, keep us on the edge of our seat, sick and twisted, and I'm all here for it. And don't get me started on that final fight scene. Oh my god, cannot wait for the soundtrack for that to be released. It's already going to be out by the time you guys see this, but like, the music in this was absolute fire. AJ knows how to cook with a soundtrack, and the animation is nothing short of absolutely phenomenal. Voice acting, of course, sublime. Glitch really knows how to set the tone for scenes like the big fight scenes and stuff like that. Of course, all to the animation team, and I think something my friend Grumpy Ghost said, it's like, even when the script isn't that good, they can at least make it look good, you know, they can make the product look phenomenal. They did not sleep on the animation, and I applaud that. Well done. It's excellent. Not to mention the stakes right at the beginning of the episode, just throwing everything into space immediately, chunks of Copper-9 just blown up into the atmosphere. And of course no sound, because no sound ever travels in space. That's just the way the universe works. It's just incredible. In terms of just stopping the bad guy and just saving the day and making sure we get that happy ending, it followed through with little compromise, but it did sacrifice character arcs and plot threads. I guess I'll quickly jump into the bad. Do question how N got to the landing pod so quickly without bumping into Jay, Khan, Thad, or Lizzie. That's a little weird. So Newsy's canon and it's rushed. It really felt like it just started with episode 3 with little thought put into it. As leaked glitch-in stuff has proved that behind the scenes and also storyboards of pilots suggest that Uzi had a crush on Thad. And they displayed that in the show with Uzi blushing around him and also stuttering around him in episode 2. If it was planned from the beginning, why not just can Thad and just have Newsy happen organically starting with episode 1? A love at first sight thing, yeah, it's generic, but it would at least make more sense. That way you wouldn't have to ditch an entire ship that you spent a quarter of your series developing only to immediately abandon it afterwards. Vanity will probably do a better job explaining this than me, but Jay, she now has no reason to exist as a character within this universe. She has done nothing to prove to me that she is a worthy asset of the show at all. In fact, Murder Drones could kind of work without Jay in it at all. She has no sort of shift to the good side. She was constantly working for Sin and knew that even though it was wearing the skin suit of someone who meant a lot to her back in the manor, she didn't care. why? It's not like she's trying to impress the company, because knowing Sin's plan and everything, the company was never important. She's not serving the company, she's serving Sin. Not to mention the fact that they literally just get rid of her after that final fight. She barely contributes to anything in the entire show. I side with the majority of people saying she was robbed the entire show, and that is true. She got basically nothing. It just kind of feels like she was just someone for Sin to talk to. But even that doesn't work, because in episode 6, Sin just gets rid of Jay immediately. She doesn't really affect anything that happens in the show. And I don't hate Jay by any means. I love the idea of like this egotistical, loyal to the end bad guy, but do something with it! As is, she just kind of comes off as a completely pointless character who's only there to fill in the fake out death. She's just meat for the grinder, the teenagers in episode 4 treatment, you know, except Liam just wants to do it again and again and again, because isn't it so funny when the loyal corporate one just keeps on dying? No, it's not. Do something with it. I know they say at the beginning, you know, strike at the heart to stop Sin, but again, it's the way that they do it. It's so quick and rushed. You really want to tell me that this cosmic eldritch entity, the exponential end, who caused so much horror to everyone, is so easily defeated? Come on. This is Mingy Jongo Banjo Tooie battle stuff right here. This is like a mini game. It's like a quick time event on like the PS5. Really? That quick? That pathetically you kill this big eldritch entity? Come on. And other than just kind of hanging around for joke's sake at the start, Khan, Thad, and Lizzie don't really contribute to much until the final battle, where Khan just slams a door and Thad tosses Uzi the railgun, and then after that they just kind of vanish until the last minute or so of the episode. They feel really just like they're there just so the fans of the background characters can be like, hey, they're there. Dorman family reunion with Nori and Khan felt a little rushed as well, with Nori just saving him, Khan saying thanks, and then Nori's just like, oh, you're stupid, oh, I hate you, blah, 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 I don't know you. Like, what? Waiting all this time for those two to, like, your husband and wife. That's all we get. Yes, I know they're in the credits, but really? That's it? The way it sort of ends as well with, now also I could do this. Credits. Like, it's a very Liam Vickers way to end it. I've got mixed feelings about like how it just cuts, but overall it's not that big of a deal. It's like, the story wraps up, sure, we can just roll the credits now, I suppose. Just felt kind of weird that they were just all in school and that's where the final scene ends. Kind of weird how the hero's journey thing kind of does, it's sort of Liam admitting, it's like, yeah, I completely forgot what was meant to happen in the middle and kind of just BS'd my way through that, which, you know, I guess that kind of proves some theories about the mid-series being hogwash, right? But ultimately, I'm happy with how the show ended, and the show overall, from me, is about a 5 or 6 out of 10. The finale itself is like a 7 or 8 out of 10. Pretty solid way to end it all. Yeah, it was rushed, and we kind of like just had to sort of like, yeah, get to the end here, you know, we have the end goal in mind, we just need to get there. But overall, I thought it was great. The whole show was, it's a bumpy ride, but, you know, watching every episode back to back is going to be complete whiplash. I do not recommend doing that. This is not the show you kind of binge in a day. It's not a show you take seriously. Kind of to a fault, because the comedy horror aspect, it feels more like a comedy thriller in a way, because there's not much horror. And I know comedy's subjective, is just to me the comedy was a bit stale after the first 2 episodes. Here's a joke. Alright, let's move on to the next thing. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the ending of Murder Drones. I'm pretty happy with the show overall. I'd rate the whole show, yeah, a 6 out of 10. It's got some like really rough kinks it needs to iron out. Other than that, I'm very happy. So thank you, Glitch Productions, and thank you, Liam Vickers, and thank you, Murder Drones.
The ending of Murder Drones is not perfect. Episode 8 is not a masterpiece of storytelling, but to be honest, it doesn't really need to be. The ending is a culmination of everything the show was up until that point. All of the main cast is there's an epic final sequence, and the good guys come out on top. It didn't try to hoodwink you or pull some contrived finish, it was just fun. And that's Murder Drones for me.
Now, Murder Drones' ending, it was absolute cinema, as Yagsterr would say. It was great. Like, I was really afraid, to be honest, when it's first kind of happened, I guess. There was so many questions we were left with, and a big, like, will they win, won't they type of thing. And it had everyone on the edge of their seats. Like, they had it set up so perfectly that they could literally end miserably or end happily ever after or whatever. And it seems like the ending we got was not necessarily a, like, solid conclusion on one side or the other. They definitely left room for more, if that makes sense. They wrapped it up nicely, but they also left it for interpretation, sort of. Like, they could definitely expand on the ending, just because the end credits scene, there's definitely more that could be told there. There's still story to be told, but as of the main story and how it ended, I am very satisfied. I was very happy. It was really good.
So normally I would have some crazy intro for these kind of collab videos, so here's just some epilepsy for you instead. Anyways, Yagsterr, of all people, wanted your favorite stinky sentient PNG on for this goodbye video where we can all seal our fate with the death of our channels. Now the subject of this entire video, murder drones. This needs absolutely zero introduction from me, considering that my clip will probably be placed in where the viewer retention has just gone down the fucking drain. But to summarize the entire show in one sentence, an emo girl and her golden retriever boyfriend go out to stop an autistic kid from ending the universe. Now, I guess what I have to do for the segment is just talk about my journey with the Silly Little Robot show, since I totally have a lot of original things to say. So with that all out of the way, let's get into my story of the funky robots. So, obviously the story should start out with how I found murder drones, or more accurately, how murder drones found me. During the beginning of 2023, my friend has been bugging me about this new show he likes that has breedable robots and violence. I know, how did I not get the hint sooner? Anyways, we got to the end of March where I just was running on the treadmill one night, and I have no idea why, but something just compelled me to watch the show. My friend also just so happened to text me while I was thinking about it, so I also blame the 5G government cancer waves on this. So I finished up and got into a call that would change everything. So after watching what was only out at the time 3 episodes, I was addicted. Absolutely hooked. I'm pretty sure I compared this show to like crack or something, because wow, I just couldn't get enough of the show. The music, the visuals, the fight scene, I loved it. The cringy writing gave the show its own personality, and being the reason that I have a bad habit of shitposting on my schoolwork. I got to watch every single episode premiere live since then. I still had a blast. There is evidence of me watching episode 5 as it premiered, unfortunately. I also decided to investigate the community on Twitter, which was regrettable. Also, during my recent introduction to the show, a certain video popped up in my recommended, and this video would have lasting consequences. So, Unhelpful Commentary was the first MD-tuber I've ever watched, and almost immediately he earned my subscription. I was soon introduced to Tyromaniac through their collaboration and his Internation Cube video, and Vanity Moth creeped his little head into my recommended sometime later. These three were my go-to channels for indie animation stuff, and are basically the three main motivators for the reason why I talk about indie animation specifically on my channel. So basically, I can blame Uncom for my social life being an absolute train wreck, but I guess there's a bit of magic in between that also contributed to that. So, I guess I have to get a little personal now. How personal, you may ask? Oh, Jesus Christ, this is so stupid. But yeah, I decided to transcend the two-dimensional plane for this, and I guess just for this collaboration, I get to show these things called feelings, which is something I'm not very good at expressing. I'm a man. I'm supposed to go to war and die. But yeah, I guess we're getting personal. Here. I'd say that 2023 was a pretty impactful year for me in general. It was when the reality of getting older has finally hit me. I used to run a gaming channel before this one, and I'd get everything out on a very consistent basis. But over the summer of 2023 is when the reality of, oh shit, I'm almost 3 years into high school, and I haven't even considered looking for colleges or figuring out what the f I want to do with the rest of my life. And as I was taking on more responsibilities at home and at school, especially since at the time I went to a trade school, I kind of just shut down everything. This looming threat, I guess, of just being left behind and this moving on period that I know I'm gonna have to prepare myself for just made me shut everything down. And I guess it got me to like kind of lock in for a little bit. Don't get me wrong, it was probably one of the most productive summers I've ever had, but that time as well, I've kind of neglected any time I could have spent with my friends and voice chats or on games, and I just kind of been isolated. But I mean, I guess if you consider putting that time into TV shows and movies, then I guess we're all good. I also did get into the mindset of video games are not the same anymore, which I know is a very original take. But that feeling of getting older was just an absolute shock to me. Despite shutting everything down and being hard on myself for once, which I'm pretty sure is like nothing, like very minuscule, compared to what I'm going to have to do later in life, there was just still this burning passion to create, this strong urge to just do something. I've been watching all these indie cartoons at the time, and of course I want to talk about them. I love talking about the things I like. The problem is that some of my interests severely differ from what my friends like. So if I were to bring up the fact that I, like murder drones, that wouldn't go over so well. Especially since Glitch is tied to SMG4, which would be the nail in the coffin for my social reputation. I cannot sit through an SMG4 video without it just feeling like a lobotomy. But seeing all these people being able to talk about the things they like to talk about, being able to put the emotion behind the words they say, injecting their personality in the videos they make was just something that really resonated with me. This passion is all I really wanted to express for once. After breaking free of the cringe chains that were holding me back, I decided to upload my first commentary video. For the first time in a long time of making videos, I genuinely felt this passion run through me. This freedom that I've just always craved with what I want to talk about and how I want to talk about it. By the way, full disclosure, I am still well aware that I am being mentally ill on the internet for content. But the true way to be mentally ill is to make sure you're getting something in return for this. After another upload, I eventually got around to talking about murder drones, and once I released my second murder drones video, I got noticed by someone, and I just kept uploading more and more videos until I finally realized that I was just aiming myself in the right direction. Once the new year started, I got a message from Yagsterr, and he invited me on to High on Battery Acid. So once I joined the server, I damn near went into cardiac arrest when I see Uncom, Tyro, and Vanity in the same server. It was just a surreal experience talking to these people that I could have only have ever dreamed of talking to. I also got to meet Renqz and Sleepy in this project as well. We all got along pretty well. After that project, we all went on our separate ways, and I guess I kind of became a loner again. That wasn't until Blooper started rising onto the scene, and we did the indie animation revolution, and then this project came into existence. I'm still somewhat in shock that I finally managed to find the right people to be around, and that we're all united because of this one common interest. This sense of belonging is still pretty new to me, I guess. And I don't know, sometimes I do feel like I don't deserve to be here, but if I've gotten to this point, that probably means I've done something right. Even though I said the fandom is pretty scary, this is probably the first time I've ever been a part of a fandom of any kind publicly, or like, you know, saying anything publicly about what I like. But the amount of just extremely talented people in this community, these extremely creative people that work on their own projects inspired by murder drones or their own murder drones projects, it's just absolutely insane. All of the artwork I see is just, it blows my mind. I'm gonna hold a special place in my heart for murder drones, for what Liam and Glitch have been able to make, because this show definitely helped me rediscover my love for making YouTube videos and allowed me to at least I guess in some way accept that I have a voice for what I like and how I want to express it. Honestly, I honestly believe that if I've never found this show, I would have just quit YouTube. And I would have never ended up here. And you know this show has gotten to me when I bought merch. You know, like I don't buy merch. I'm cheap as f***. But this show has definitely gotten to me where I've actually bought merch. You know what? Hold on a second. This shit's cozy as f***. The fact that there are adults in this project that love the show just as much as me just makes me wonder if I really am that crazy for liking what I like. Being able to experience the absolute roller coaster of the show is something I'll never take for granted, and I'm just so thankful for everything that's happened ever since. This show definitely gave me some character development, and while I still wish death on the entire human race, I apparently have a 68% chance to make it past 20. So I think that the lesson I've learned is that passion and love for the things you do can get you pretty far in something, and procrastination. I know, I'm very cringe, but this can-do attitude just gives me some little hope, I guess, for whatever I do decide to do later in my adult life. I've kept my segment as short as possible, completely resisting the urge to yell at Yagsterr for not taking a sponsor to make the easiest bag in his life. Yag, you should totally do it, by the way. With that all being said, thank you, Murder Drones.
Hello, Murder Drones fandom. My name is Zander Russell. Most people know me for my music as Super Z Russell, but people who know me recently know me from Murder Drones Strays, End of the Line, World Unknown, and Replicate. And to put it bluntly, Murder Drones changed my life. I don't really know how to describe it in the best way, but this show had an effect on me that, like, this show brought me back to when I was younger. Like, when I was 9 years old, I was watching cartoons all the time. They were my favorite things to watch. Recently, I was just kind of not in the best. I didn't have the best choice for shows. And then Murder Drones came along back in 2021. And it brought me back to those old cartoon, like those old style cartoons. Like you just sit down, watch them from like Cartoon Network or freaking, who knows, Disney XD. It brought me back to my childhood. It did something that no modern show really has done. And I've been with it since the beginning, since the very first teaser aired. I have been here, I've been just enjoying it. I've loved this show to death. I really don't know what I would be doing without it. Because it's definitely helped me with expanding my music. It's helped me with just... Really, it's just helped me with my... myself. I needed this show because it brought me back to, well, as I said before, my childhood. It also kind of brought back my old personality. Like, recently I've just been very just chill, calm. I haven't been like at the highest of my spirits per se. But this show relit that spark, and I am feeling like my old self, which is phenomenal. And I've also met so many awesome people from this show, from this fandom. We have McShan, who's also featured in this project. Which, by the way, let me just give a quick thanks to Yagsterr for having me on. Absolute legend, bringing everyone here together. I wish I could do that. But yeah, I met awesome people like Yag, like Ash. I have met so many freaking... I've gotten to talk with really cool people as well, like Animate A Thing. I've talked with Grumpy Ghost. I've talked with... There's so many people, dude. I can't list them all on the top of my head. And I was able to express my love for sci-fi through this show. My love for, like, the shows that don't take itself too seriously. Just having the most fun it can without really having to adhere to limitations of, like, say, Disney. They got to do what they wanted with the show. Liam got to do what he wanted. And I think that's the best thing. Like, you just need to remain true to what you want the show to be. And indie animation can do that. And I've been, well, to say inspired is putting it lightly. It's, I've gotten to make 3 cool projects, one of which I'm not working on for a long time, which is fine. I've got to create Strays, which is freaking... Strays was my very first fan-made project. And I'm just having fun writing it, creating the world, creating the characters. And then we have End of the Line, which after episode 8, I felt I needed a bit more from the show, so I took it upon myself to make a little continuation. And episode 9, or 10 if you consider intermission canon, which I definitely do. But just, yeah, to say the show inspired me is by itself an understatement. It has helped me through a lot. It has freaking... I've spent my... I would say a good chunk of my life loving this show. Of course, like 3 years. It's freaking insane. And just, it's an honor to be a part of this fandom. It's honor to make cool stuff for you guys. And the characters, the music, everything of the show is just, it's just so right. I love this show. And it changed my life. So, thank you, Murder Drone. And before I go ahead and cry, I'm gonna leave you guys with another amazing person in the fandom. Alright. You have a good one, and remember, I'll see you all on the flip side. Thank you, Yagsterr. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Glitch. Thank you, Murder Drones. Just thank you.
3 years, huh? Where has that time gone? Hello everyone, I'm the Amazing Gamer111, and before we all say farewell to Murder Drones, I'd like to go over a brief summary of how the show has affected and what it means to me after all this time. Murder Drones was the start of big changes for the indie scene. Sure, Has Been Hotel's pilot may be where the concept of indie animation was pushed into the spotlight, but Murder Drones came along and proved positive that that road was not destined to burn. The upgrade from 2D to 3D was like magic. The fact people who weren't Disney could provide this level of quality was nothing short of, and still is, mind-blowing. I go as far to say that the pilot of Murder Drones is one of the best examples of how to set up for a show. And despite Liam's style only ever showing up in 2D works before MD, it still, for the most part, fits like a glove into the third dimension. The story, despite being unnecessarily convoluted and more stuffed than a Thanksgiving turkey with plot holes, was a fun watch. Getting to know the characters, exploring their dynamics, what makes them tick, whether their roles are big or small is always a neat aspect of any show. And the lore/world building is just as, if not more, thought-provoking than any other indie show out there, at least as of the time this video was dropping. Needless to say, it won over the internet immediately. It also helped me become a better analyst and writer, understanding their do's and don'ts in practice. Such are skills that I've been able to display in my own works. I realise I've been quick to criticise about reading the fine print in the past, but rest assured I've since humbled and grown as a person and learned not to be so one-sided moving forward, and I have this show to thank for that. Plus, just 2 weeks after its release, Murder Drones has slowly been leading me towards what is going to be one of my most ambitious animated projects, Drones Gone Defective, giving me an opportunity to enter new territory and tell an original story with original characters instead of pre-existing ones like everything I've done prior to this point. And finally, the one thing that I'm most appreciative of over everything else is that Murder Drones has created a community of people who are able to share their creativity through the world the show presented in art, voice acting, animation, writing, game creation, essays, memes, reactions, and so much more. I know I'm not one who sees eye to eye with a lot of the community nor the show's directions, but that doesn't mean neither aren't special to me. For all the bumps, Murder Drones holds a special place in my and a lot of other people's hearts, and though an official continuation isn't in the cards, I have no doubt in my mind that like so many other shows out there that have been over for years, this show and its community will continue to make the series known through everything it's capable of for years to come. I, the Amazing Gamer111, am a Murder Drones fan, and I'm proud to be one. Thanks to Yagsterr for featuring me, thanks to all of you for letting me say my piece, and I'll see you guys around.
You look great. Have you considered a bow, though?
So, it's ended, huh? Well, almost 3 years of this amazing journey. Finally, it's reached to the end. Many things happen, a good one, a sad one, a surprise one, or more than that. A small community grown up, a lot of people enjoy the show, and indeed one of those is me. Hi, my name is Boss, from this channel. I mostly do work with other teams more than myself. Well, I'm not well known in this community, but I can say that I am a part of FanDub team that made this series become more known in my country. And I'm so glad to say that. So, basically, I'm just scrolling my YouTube, and luckily, I found an announcement of a small FanDub team finding someone to voice this character, so I joined them. Honestly, for the first time, I didn't enjoy this show that much, but after I worked with this series along with my team, it slowly made me enjoy this show. My most favorite character is Jay, and second is Uzi. I love how the character is. Jay is a bad person, I like kind of this. And Uzi is emo. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's pretty simple, right? Okay, so I like episode 8 because it's the most quality episode in all of those. The animation, sound effects, and many things. The moment that I like is in the end of episode 6. It shows how the characters struggle to survive, and Ree is sacrificing herself to save her friends. It
trust you.
hit me a lot. Ree, please! And of course, about the soundtrack, Bite Me. I like the 3 versions of it, and the reason is, all the day, I listen to the metal songs like even sleeping. For me, Bite Me is the most heaviest song in the series, the meaning of the song and how the melody goes. So, before I go to this, I have to say that there's a lot of things that still need to be solved. How does the server begin? How this character backstory is? And what's the point? It's still being unsolved. But do I happy? Yes, I am really happy how it ends, but I feel a bit sad because almost 3 years of work with this series made me feel so tired of it. I'm so glad that this series and the community has grown up this fast. I have no idea what to say anymore, so thank you for being a part of my life. Thanks.
What is this animation? CG5? It's by Murder Jones. I want to see. Yo, the animation. Oh, the animation. The animation was cool. Yeah, it's fine. Huh. Murder Drone. How the frick did I get here? Murder Drone. The first time I watched completely changed my life, kept me interested, and hyped every episode that was supposed to be premiered. When is it? August 22! To be honest, I think I'm just being over exaggerating or just a freaking time. But anyways, I started to keep track of the series since episode because that's when I saw the Murder Drones on like YouTube Shorts. Even though it's boring at first impression, I knew it fit all 3 genres: horror, sci-fi, and comedy. So as soon as I watched episode 3 on premiere, oh my freaking god. I knew if I stayed longer to watch the premiere until the series ended, it would be the best moment of my life. Even though there's plan to do so, I cannot miss the premiere at all. It was so damn good that I tried to tell my classmate about Murder Drone. But there's 2 types. One they go, ew, that animation sucks. Oh my goodness, that was so cringe. I just want to. Or second, sure, I'm not doing anything. Honestly, I'm not giving a crap about the opinion. I just want to spread the word of the great animation that Liam Victor made. Murder Drone also changed my perspective of it multiple times, like Road Trip song.
Got a drink.
99 bottles of milk on the wall, 99 bottles of milk. Take one down, pass it around. Yeah, I'm not doing okay. Like literally, every single time I heard either yellow or even gun related to Uzi, my mind transmitted the message as Murder Drone reference.
Brain blast.
Another thing about me, I ramble about Murder Drone outside IRL and quote every single freaking voice right in Murder Drones as much as I can in a conversation, which is probably good, I think. Murder Drone impact my life like a lot, and being tech savvy on the other one,
tech nerd like Sleepy changed my mindset and thirst for more freaking Murder Drones content. I am so glad I watched it, which also made me some friends. Yay!
You jockey!
But I thank Loco for introducing me to these people, which made me more friends, and especially them liking Murder Drone, which I'm meeting a mysterious person, Yagsterr, and some. Hopefully I can say this alright. 3 other people. We created so much stupid memory that we watched so much sanity in exchange of getting so much dopamine.
Coming back.
Yeah, I'm not doing well, okay. After creating some good serious amount of friendship meter, Yag invited me to this specific server. And that's how I joined this project. Once again, thank you Loco for inviting me to this fun server. Changed my life. And thanks Yag for inviting me to this project. Lastly, thank Liam Victor for creating a big fandom and animation about it.
What are you talking? I was going to crawl into your skin.
What?
Hello, all you beautiful people. My name is Dom, aka TheRealDominator, and today, can't believe the day is finally here. It's time to say goodbye to something that really means a lot to me. This, of course, being Murder Drones, that one show where robots kill each other just for fun. Just kidding, but it's a lot more than that. But I do want to take a few minutes to just express how much the show means to me. I'm basically going to go over my entire history with the fandom and my experience with the show, so buckle up and prepare for some glorious yapping. I'm a relatively new addition to this fandom, having first watched the show about 1 year ago, almost to the day. I remember seeing on Twitter this viral sensation called the Amazing Digital Circus, and was confused on why everyone was talking about it. I gave it a watch and thought it was decent. I then see Murder Drones pop up a few days later. I thought it looked pretty interesting, so I clicked it and gave it a spin, and I was hooked instantly. I watched the pilot and Heartbeat the same night, episodes 3 and 4 the next night, and episodes 5 and 6 the last, and I really enjoyed all of it. I never really had much interaction with the fandom back then, but I remember watching Glitch X and seeing the teasers for the final episodes of Season 1, which then would be the finale to the show itself. I was hyped up seeing as how I enjoyed the first 6 episodes a lot. As you could probably tell, this became the new thing for me, as interests I had in the past were ultimately fading. However, to counteract that, I ended up finding some of the channels that cover Murder Drones on a consistent basis, like Yagsterr, CosmosClouds, Unhelpful Commentary, etc, etc. I ended up watching this stuff because they made good content, and I find them entertaining. People like them made the wait for episode 7 less unbearable. Some time passed, and the episode finally dropped. Boy was I impressed. This only made the wait for the finale even more energetic, but as the months passed, I worked on some of my own personal projects, and during the wait for episode 8, there were many fan products being announced and released during this time, example being Intermission, that kept the community alive. After a long period of waiting, the finale finally released, and I gotta say, despite my initial disappointment, the show went out with a bang. So that's my history of the show. Moving on. Like every other Murder Drones fan, I was heavily involved with the fandom, which I liked for the most part. Before my Twitter account got eradicated for no goddamn reason, I interacted with a lot of people over there, and it was nice. I had my mutuals, a few friends, stuff like that, but I never really had all that many people I was able to discuss the funny robot show with. So I took over YouTube. Where the real stuff is at. I'd show up here and there, but I wasn't around much. That was until Blooper hosted a live stream where him and some other content creators attempted to predict the finale using bingo. And I had brought up a clever idea. When Slayer went to shout out the person who did, this happened.
Yeah, Denominator said that, yeah. Of course, right.
Denominator.
Little did anyone know, those few words would change everything. Immediately, I'd become an accidental meme, with some of the YouTubers calling me Denominator left and right. 2 weeks later, Slayer hit me up because it seemed like he wanted to chat with the face of the meme. I proceeded to invite him and a few others on the live stream discussing the finale of Murder Drones after the finale premiered. It was a pretty fun time. A couple of days later, Excavator32 hit me up to join him and a few of his buddies on another live stream ranking most of the characters in all episodes. You might have seen it already. I had a fun time, honestly, getting to yab about all the important details and whatnot. To be here, doing this right now, to be friends with the people I once watched as a fan, it's just a feeling I can't describe. To think watching a show and accidentally becoming a meme would bring me here, it's unfathomable. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but this show has done a lot for me. Moving on though, I know like 15 people have probably already said this, but despite the canon show being over, there's no need to leave just yet. There's still a lot of fan projects to look out for. There's tons of people in this collab that are working on their own fan projects right now, so be sure to stay tuned because the fandom will just keep cooking. Now that I've said my piece, it's time for me to wrap things up and pass the spotlight on to the next person. As you could probably tell, Murder Drones has done a lot. I've been doing content creation on YouTube since 2018. I've amassed over 400 subscribers since then to little success, and I think I've found just the right thing to take myself to greater heights than I am now. Maybe I'll get to 500 subscribers by the end of the year, maybe sooner, who knows though. Yag really put on a show with this project. He really invited everyone significant in the Murder Drones fandom. And then there's me. Laugh. No, but seriously, this guy someone got everyone recognizable here. From YouTubers to artists, voice actors, music makers, comic creators, fan project runners, you name it, everybody's here. Thank you to Liam and all of Glitch for providing us with a show that would change our lives forever. I'm glad to live in a world where Murder Drones exists, as it wouldn't be the same otherwise. So that ends my segment on this big fat ass video. Give William and Glitch your biggest thanks. Say fuck you to Sleepy Star, and I'll see y'all next time. This is TheRealDominator signing off. Peace out. Goodbye.
Well, behind the voice acting of RootTool. It was very interesting to join the fandom of Murder Drones and find myself. Although my first experience was creating of edits that helped me rise, now I am known as the creator of the idea of Portal Solver. I got into the fandom by pure chance. After watching the Amazing Digital Circus, I was lured by a YouTube recommendation about Murder Drones. I had experience in the fandom only on edits and creating the video alphabet on Murder Drones, Russian segment. But now this is our project with the team, a fan game based on Portal 2 and Murder Drones. Finally, I want to thank all the participants of this project. We are all very different languages, time zones, but we are united by one thing, the fandom of Murder Drones.
Hello everyone, Animate A Thing here, and I would like to talk about the times I have enjoyed watching Murder Drones and how much I appreciate being in this community. Talking about Murder Drones. Honestly, this show, best shows I've ever seen. Like, I'm obsessed with the characters, the comedy, absolutely love the designs. Like, hands down, props to the developers and animators who spent months. I first saw Murder Drones back in November of 2021, and it was actually first shown as recommended on my YouTube channel. And I'm glad I've seen it. It gave me so much motivation. Because back then, I was very familiar with the YouTube channel because I know Glitch since back in 2020 when MetaRunner was still premiering. I was just mind blown with the fact like how these are well created, well animated, and I've always thought what it'd be like to work at Glitch. Back around January 2022, that's when I first started to be more in the fandom, making my own fan model, and it looked kind of weird honestly. But after spending months and trial and error, you know, procrastinating so much, I still haven't given up, and I'm glad I didn't because I lost a lot of motivation ever since. Because, you know, school, you know, I've been struggling a lot, and here I am now, like, literally have a one-to-one replica of every Murder Drone model. Like, I'm very proud of that, and I should be. Hell, the show was so good to the point, I just gotta do it. I gotta make my own fan series. Thank you, episode 6. Why do you have to make me like this? Ugh. But yeah, I started creating Insecurity right after episode 6 premiered, and we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. But overall, the show, absolutely love it. It deserves a lot more attention than Digital Circus, but still, absolutely love the show. And I want to say, thank you very much, Murder Drones. Thank you for everything that you put into the series. Like, this is beyond one of the best series I've ever seen, and it changed me a lot. Like, it changed my life as a 3D modeler, and it changed me a lot. Thank you.
Let me in. 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 Leg. Hold back in. Hold back
Thank you, Murder Drones! Where do I even start? I was just scrolling on YouTube, you know, trying to figure out what to do. I stumbled across this video, and ever since then I ran into some of the most incredible people. Thank you, Yagsterr, for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I feel honored to be given a chance to express my gratitude towards Glitch and Murder Drones, alongside all these amazing other creators. It's still crazy to think that I just started watching Murder Drones 3 months ago, and I'm still watching a couple more episodes, a couple more to go. But it's been an amazing journey so far, and I appreciate every single one of you. Some of these questions are pretty intimate, you know, like who my favorite character is / episode. I can't really choose a particular episode because all of them are so incredible. But I will say I go crazy with Nosy and an Uzi are just incredible together. I love the drones. They're typical Latinas. Las curvas, bro. Las curvas me matan. Like, Glitch, why you gotta do me like this, man? You knew exactly what you were doing when you were animating these drones. Shame on you. I didn't even know what Nightcore was till Murder Drones. That shit hit so hard. I'm gonna tell you a little secret. I personally think Murder Drones is not finished. Fitzy herself told me. She said it in one of her videos. I'm not joking. Murder Drones is not finished yet. Hopefully not.
No, wait, Yag, please! Okay, so a while ago, Yagsterr asked me to join him in a final farewell to Murder Drones, so here goes. Hi everyone, I'm RSpace. You may know me for classics such as Bloopsona 3 and the thumbnail artist for the indie animation Uprising video. I also ended up in the video somehow, and Murder Drones pretty much changed my life. So there I was. A fledgling artist, composer as well, and still in school. I still am. And I was pretty bored. But then, out of the blue, I got hit by a semi-truck of content known as Murder Drones. Needless to say, me liking robot designs and having heard about it from the internet got me utterly hooked. The character development, the animation and designs all roll into one of my favourite shows of all time, indie or not. Eventually, I started improving my artwork and started to try and work on my own fan project still in development, and then I landed myself composing for a scene in Murder Intermission, which then led to me meeting some really great friends. I met Excavator and Blooper after watching their channels and subscribing to them immediately, which then got me invited into a server with Yag and the main cast of MDTubers, I still don't know how. And then Yagsterr asked me whether he could interview me, of all people, for my work on Intermission. That happened, then I noticed my channel slowly gaining subscribers and views on videos. I'm about 284 subscribers currently, so please help. And then I got asked to join this fine operation you're currently watching. I think I started watching MD about when episode 6 came out. Obviously, because I'm completely sane, have no semblance of invincibility whatsoever, I am fine. I started from the pilot before proceeding to binge watch constantly. I then religiously waited for episodes 7 and 8, met everyone on this project, and here I am now. In terms of episodes, I have to admit my favourites were definitely probably episode 3, 4, 7 and 8, and of course the pilot. The pilot sets the world and characters really well, and the atmosphere set with the music and visuals really helps set a precedent for what was to come in the future episodes. Episode 3 has my favourite sprinkling of romance, and the music is pretty good. Then we move on to episode 4, Cabbage Fever. Personally, I think the music is quite literally the best in the series. 98.7 has utterly superb ambience, and I listen to it when going to sleep. And Solver Uzi, I have no words, okay? Just a musical masterpiece. I also listen to this in bed occasionally. Uzi, no! Episode 8. Now, I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that episode 8 was good. While there were flaws in the episode and there were some unanswered questions, I really enjoyed it, and nonetheless, Forever was superb, Bite Me was good, and also the credits plus romance was superb and heartwarming. Bravo. Fandom-wise, I haven't really done much, because mostly I stay away from Twitter when I can, except to post artwork, and, you know, the most amount of fandom interaction I've ever done was post something on YouTube, post something on Twitter, and then find Yag and all of the lovely people here on this project. In terms of how MD ended, I thought that the ending that Episode 8 gave us was good, because it's a happy ending, and an Uzi of boyfriend and girlfriend, but, you know, it just seems like it was cut way too short. Like, it felt like there was more story to tell. First of all, how just the destruction of Sin led to how the Absolute Solver was destroyed, because there were so many more seemingly available hosts. But, you know, what's done is done. You know, Liam has finished his story. The fandom will keep MD alive through fan projects. I, alongside with, you know, Yag, Blooper, Dyer, MBK, so people are part of a new production group called Stardrift Productions, working on a manga and animatic series called Murder Drones Interstellar. I'll post more about that at some point. Stay tuned. Please subscribe. So while this is technically a goodbye to the MD we know and love, I'm saying hello to the future Murder Drones we're going to make ourselves as a community. And maybe the real Murder Drones was the friends we made along the way. In my case, that is definitely true. Yeah, can I please go now? My family is being held hostage. No, please no!
Hey everybody, Sutek the Florin here, and I wanted to tell you a story. Back in November of 2021, I watched Murder Drones' pilot episode for the very first time, and I didn't see what the big deal was. I remember telling myself, this is fine. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it either. Maybe it'll get better once more episodes are released. If more episodes are released. Then, all of a sudden, a version of myself from the future appeared in front of me. Bright flash of light and the widest, most genuine smile on his face, like he had just heard me say all those things. If I had to guess, the guy looked like he was 75 years old. Head full of gray hair, weird-looking future glasses, I didn't ask about that, and he was wearing a V-shirt. Like, the Hot Topic V-shirt. The same shirt I'm wearing right now. That's kinda mind-blowing, but anyways. Future me told past me, listen carefully. That show with the silly little purple-haired gremlin robot girl you just watched? You're gonna fall in love with that one day, about a year and a half from now, spring of 2023. You're going to share that love on your YouTube channel many times over. But the most important thing, you're gonna meet some truly, genuinely amazing people through its fandom, more than you ever did when you were a brony. In that moment, I told future me, well, past me told future me, what the how are you here? How the hell is time travel real? Teach me your secrets, you old bogey! Future me replied, it's not real. This was just a story, something I made up. At least, I made up all the time travel bits. But murder drones? How awesome it is despite all its flaws? How awesome it'll continue to be despite it being over? How awesome and talented its fandom can be, considering parts of it are a minefield on the verge of exploding? All that stuff's real. Nothing can take that away. It's hard for me to say farewell to murder drones. It's kinda surreal knowing that it's over. But at the end of the day, I'm just happy that it helped me get through some super rough times, like dealing with my dad passing away in January after he was in terrible shape for seemingly an eternity. I'll forever appreciate it for that alone, just as I'll forever appreciate the work Liam Vickers and Glitch put into it. You can tell how much they loved pouring their hearts into Murder Drones. Then there's seeing all the amazing fan art and fan projects like Murder Drones Intermission and Murder Drones Insecurity getting all the love and attention they deserve. I'm glad to know that this fandom, this community, will live on for years to come despite the show itself being over. And I want to keep being part of that community. I don't know what else I can say at this point aside from thank you, Glitch, thank you, Liam, and thank you, Murder Drones.
Hey guys, I'm Zen Universe YT, or just Zen. I want to kiss her. I want to make her. Mystery 2 wasn't part of the Roblox thing. You look kinda hot. Wait, are you serious? No. What am I doing? But she's hot. Who gave the lesbian a gun? And stop ignoring my fucking text, please text. This is why your wife left you, Tim. Anyways, can Vanity Boss stop emailing? You had to write something pretty big. Yeah, I'm the most sane Uzi VA on this platform, and also an editor, artist, blah blah blah. I have been depressed and financially broke because of the show. Not like I already was, but this is one of my first fandom experience. Like, okay, maybe not the Murder Drones fandom was a good idea to be my first fandoms to make content on, but still, the stuff people put out here is scarily amazing. It talented, like really talented. No, actually, I'm putting stuff on the screen right now. Look how beautiful this is. You know how many times I said in writing that like this show changed my life, and others? A lot. Like, maybe a lot. This is my, like, 5th time working on the script, and you don't even know how long this took. Number one thing, I never wanted to become a voice actor, and it's getting a bit close, you know, and stuff. Second, this whole project you're watching right now is something I never thought I would be a part of. I've met so many wonderful people through this, and it's amazing. I'm gonna stop saying amazing. Third, Liam, which have done a wonderful job on this show. The animation, not the writing, but that's just someone. Thank you to Glitch and Liam for like changing others' lives and stuff, and you know, mine, and everyone in this server, I guess. Like, we're all connected for one thing and one thing only. A silly little show about robots murdering each other. That was really off script, so thank you for Yag and Toastie for stalking me for a whole month to get me on board on this thing. And yeah, that's it for me. One last thank you, bite me, and don't die!
Hi, my name is B, mostly known as Ghoul and Fuchsia. I discovered Murder Drones about a year ago, right after the success of the Amazing Digital Circus, and admittedly, while it took me a minute to really latch onto the show, once I did, the show had an absolute death grip on me. Murder Drones ignited a creative flame inside of me that burned so bright and helped me push myself to my creative limits in which I didn't even think I could ever reach, creating an entire fan episode with a team of people, being able to create more elaborate pieces, art pieces that I couldn't create before, because it made me want to become a better artist. It made me want to grow as a creative person, and as well as helping me grow artistically, it also reintroduced me to emo fashion and emo subculture. After I started watching Murder Drones, I used to be an emo kid back when I was younger, but I abandoned it when I got into high school. Now I'm re-exploring that subculture and that world, and I'm so happy to be revisiting something that I loved so much as a kid. I truly believe Murder Drones isn't a show that could have been made under any other circumstances, in terms of the fact that it did come out of the indie animation scene, because this show is so specific in terms of its niche, the audience it tries to reach, like horror mixed juxtaposed with like cutesy designs, and then you also have an emo main character, which I haven't seen in a long time. I have not seen an alternative main character in a long time, which made me very happy because I saw a lot of my middle school self in Uzi, because I was also an emo kid. And the way, she listens to Nightcore, her fashion aesthetic, the way she like scribbles in notebooks and makes really crappy drawings, like the I'm Not Solved drawing at the end of the 8th episode, I believe. Murder Drones was also the inspiration for my VTube model, which I made all by myself. And I'm still very happy with my choice. I did enter this fandom really late. I entered it during the latter half of 2023, which I very much regret because I wish I could have been around longer, but I'm so grateful for the time that I did have while the show was still running. I got to do watch parties with friends. I have an entirely new online friend group that came together just because of our love for glitch production properties like Digital Circus and Murder Drones. And I think I just cannot thank the studio enough for the way it's brought this community together and for the amazing stories it's been telling us. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Glitch Productions. I hope to work for you one day. I'm trying. So, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, if you don't know me, my name is Fwoggie. If you do know me, my name is still Fwoggie. Crazy how it works, I know. I'm an artist on Twitter and a few other socials. I post a lot of Murder Drones fan art, and today I just wanted to give my appreciation for the show because it's an amazing show, and I just appreciate Glitch and every single one of its creators a lot. I first discovered Murder Drones about a year and a half ago. However, I've always known about Glitch since Sunset Paradise. I rediscovered Glitch and Murder Drones when the second episode came out, and from there I've just been having a blast. Especially, I think my first favorite moment of the show had to be the prom scene during the prom dance. I think that really just sold it for me. The music, the visuals, the dance was being really cute. That was just my first favorite moment. I think eventually it shifted to the confession in episode 7 that was really dumb and stupid and funny. So that I've just been enjoying the show a lot. It really keeps you on your toes. I've just enjoyed interacting with the community. I've enjoyed making art. I've just really enjoyed my time with the show. I think I'd have to say my favorite character is either N or Sin. It was definitely N all the way from the beginning up to episode 8. However, I think it's Sin now because she's just so cute and silly, and I love what a good villain she is. I absolutely love her energy, but I also just love N's kind demeanor. I love his empathy. He's just one of my favorite characters. And finally, I just wanted to give my appreciation to Glitch Productions, which is such an amazing company that's literally changing the fate of indie animation. I just really enjoyed Murder Drones, I enjoyed the Amazing Digital Circus, and I'm definitely going to enjoy the Gaslight District whenever it comes out because it just looks really interesting to me. I want to just thank all of the creators, all the animators, all the directors. I want to thank Liam because he's super cool about creating this amazing story. I want to thank all of the voice actors, and I also want to wish for everyone else to be respectful of everyone else in the animation community. I want this to not be a competition, but to just be a community where we can all just bond over different shows. And so with that, I wanted to say thank you to this show so much. Thank you, Murder Drones. I love this show from the bottom of my heart. I love the people in the community from the bottom of my heart. And I just want this community to last forever, to be honest. Once again, this is Fwoggie Keromoto. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye!
Hi, I'm Voice, and I don't exactly know what I can even say as an intro because, oh my god, it's painful for me to have, well, that's not exactly the right word, but it feels painful for me to have to say goodbye to this show. I've been a fan of Murder Drones since day one. I hadn't been aware of any of Glitch's or Liam's other works before watching Murder Drones, and I've actually only really started to consume the content from them more eagerly in the past year, along with a lot of other independent animation content. Forgive me if there's any mishaps in my speaking. I don't have a script for this because no words I could write out could ever cover what I can say just on the spot from my heart about this show. It's so sad to see this show go because it's been a huge constant in my life for the past, 3 years. And it's generally just helped me out so much in, like, multiple ways. I found hobbies I like through this show. I've gotten better at art, for example. I've done art in this community for a little while now, but I've been getting better and better, and I've been liking to do art so much more. It's inspired me so much to pursue more art, whether that's through actual drawing or other artistic hobbies such as writing, acting, singing. This show has helped me so much discover that I like hobbies like that. I actually like to do my hobbies now, such as drawing. I've drawn for Cosmic's Clouds. I've just generally drawn for a lot of creators, whether it's been posted, whether it's just been in my free time. Writing, it feels kind of embarrassing to say, but we're all here for a reason. The only reason I'm really part of this fandom is because after I watched episode 4, 3 days after I watched episode 4, technically 7 days after it came out, I wrote a really bad Murder Drones self-insert fanfiction. If I wish I could have gone back and seen what was going through my mind there and see what I was doing. But that's not the point! Acting, that's self-explanatory. The Murder Drones dub. Oh my god, I cannot be thankful for a project such as that, along with the people I met through it. I didn't meet Cosmo specifically through the Murder Drones dub. I met her through a Discord server that I made, but then that also led me to meet a lot of my other friends. Excavator, Nothing Dangerous, Cosmo, of course, Tyromaniac, Dire Duck, Yagsterr, of course. Why would I be here otherwise? And, oh my god. Damn! Just because of that dub gaining the popularity it has, I've gotten so much happier. And that all traces back to Murder Drones. Murder Drones has done so much for me. And I'm gonna say that a lot. And then singing, of course. So I love singing, but I didn't used to just like randomly start singing something, but now when I'm just walking around my house, I'm just trying to like do stuff. I'm just trying to like, I don't know, make myself a grilled cheese. I'm like finding myself singing the fan song Bite Me. I do have to say, it's so sad to see the show go. But I also can't say enough about it. This show has helped me become a better person in the past 3 years. It's helped me become healthier. It's helped my mental health become better. Through all the things I've listed before, I've become such a happier person. And that can all be, that can all lead back to Murder Drones. That Murder Drones is such an important part of my life. Murder Drones is just such an important part of my life. And I can't thank Glitch enough. I can't thank Liam Vickers enough. I can't thank the animators, the voice actors that brought this show to life. And I can't thank my friends enough. I can't thank any of the other content creators enough. I can't thank anybody that has ever contributed to this fandom enough, contributed to the show enough. Thank you, Glitch. Thank you, Liam Vickers. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you.
Hello, I'm Cosmo. You probably know me from my Murder Drones edits that for some reason got popular. Yeah, I also make content, whether it's voice acting stuff, random stuff, or reviews or predictions. Yeah, you probably have heard of me at least. So yeah, I am Cosmo X Clouds or Cosmo Edits, and I have been invited here to talk about Murder Drones because it is ended. So every year it seems that I always find some sort of show or something that I take a lot of interest into, and then I'm just hyper fixated over it. And Murder Drones was one of those, except it lasted much longer than they usually do. The reason I took interest in it is probably just because of the cute robots and murder and horror and like mystery, and I just love that kind of stuff. I also love characters and plots of stories, and Murder Drones pretty much had me hooked, or at least I took interest when I watched the pilot, although episode 2 is actually what got me hooked to the show. The reason Murder Drones means so much to me is because I got to meet so many people. It has really changed my life. You know, my channel wasn't really that successful before Murder Drones, so that's kind of a big difference. I also got to meet a lot of people because of that. I mean, like, I literally was like reading Murder Drones fan fictions, don't judge, and I ended up meeting one of my best friends from reading a fan fiction about Murder Drones. And you know, then they had a Discord server. I was one of the first members to join it, and we just became best friends. Eventually I was invited to be on a collab with a whole bunch of other Murder Drones YouTubers, which was really cool. And now I'm on this collab with like almost every single Murder Drones YouTuber or, you know, Murder Drones content creator. I don't know, because we got the Mafia Drones person in here as well, and yeah, a lot of artists, which is kind of insane. I got to meet Yagsterr. We've become close. I've become close with a few people here. It's been fun. There have been some bad things that have come out of it as well. But, just like any Murder Drones episode, it was an enjoyable watch, despite these very bad things that happened in the episode that could have been written way better. It's just like a Murder Drones episode. My life is Murder Drones confirmed, and Murder Drones is what inspired me to finally know what I want to be when I grow up. Before, I had no idea what I wanted to be. Like, I knew I wanted to be a YouTuber, but like, nothing else. I didn't want to be anything else. I'm just like, I'm just gonna be a YouTuber who's gonna make gaming videos or whatever. The thing that really inspired me was the voice acting, because I decided to do a FanDub with my friends just for the fun of it. And you know, doing that, I started to grow with like changing my voice to be like the characters and just trying to figure out how they do the voices. Because of Murder Drones, I now want to be a voice actor. So yeah, big thanks to Elsie, Michael, Fitzy, and Emma Breezy. They have inspired me to work on my voices. Even if I can't speak Russian, I can still try. I also want to thank, even though they've only became my inspiration like a few weeks ago, I also really want to thank Opal Online and ToastieBoyVA. They're just such nice people. They're just really made for each other. They're adorable together. I just wanted to mention this in my clip because if you've never heard of Opal and Toastie, go watch one of their comic dubs or something. They're really amazing at what they do, and they've become a huge inspiration for me as well, even though they're only indie voice actors. I also want to thank Voice, my best friend that I met through Murder Drones, through their fan fiction. They're amazing. They've always been there for me, and you know, we ended up meeting in real life because of it, which was insane. I also want to thank the Murder Drones YouTubers, Yagsterr, Dire Duck, Tyro, just everyone. They're amazing. sometimes. They're great. They're great to hang out with. It's just kind of nice to have people to hang out with all the time. Because before, I didn't really hang out with people too much. I only had like a few friends. So, Murder Drones has truly been a blessing for my life, honestly. And it's really sad to say goodbye to it, but if something has began, there's always going to be an end to it. Yeah, it hurts to say goodbye to Murder Drones. I mean, I'm still gonna make Murder Drones related videos, but you know, we ain't getting new stuff unless glitching or spin-off shorts. I don't know. At least we got the fan projects. Yippee! And the comics. So yeah, this is my farewell to Murder Drones. I love Murder Drones so much despite the flaws, but that's what made it so fun, was to discuss it, was to talk about it, and like talk about the good and the bad. It's truly an amazing show, and I can never thank Murder Drones enough for what it's given me.
Hey everyone, Inferno here, and real quick, I just want to give a huge shout out to Yagsterr along with every other creator involved for putting together this piece of history. Murder Drones has come to an end, and here we are on its 3rd anniversary to say goodbye to it. And you know, I have a lot to say, and you know, I've been a part of this fandom since the very beginning. I remember when the very first Murder Drones teaser came out. I remember exactly where I was. I had just finished reacting to the newest episode of Sunset Paradise, which was Glitch's other big show they had running at the time. I reacted to it with my good friend Josh, who appears on my channel from time to time. And I remember just an hour or so after my reaction went up, later in the evening, I saw it recommended and I clicked on it out of curiosity, saw Glitch was involved, and just immediately started freaking out. I went on Discord to tell Josh, and we just started freaking out about it. And I have been a part of the Murder Drones fandom ever since. It's had its ups and downs for sure, but I still love the show. I love how it gave me a platform, because even though I covered glitch content on my channel prior to Murder Drones really kind of got my name out there, and it helped me grow my own little community, and I am forever grateful for that. Now, in terms of how Murder Drones ended, you know, this is a very controversial take. I think it was a satisfactory ending. Like, it wasn't the greatest ending I have ever seen. Like, episode 8, still best episode of the series. It was absolutely peak. It was peak. Well, actually, sorry, second best. I'm gonna be that guy. Yagsterr, you might hate me after this, but I'm gonna say it right now. I still think Mass Destruction is my favorite episode of the series. Episode 8 is a very, very, very close second, but I still love Mass Destruction. Absolute End was still a peak episode. I do think, for sure, the episode could have benefited heavily from being longer. I know a lot of people like to kind of group episodes 7 and 8 as one big episode, but, you know, as a standalone episode, I really think it should have been longer. There should have been more room for characters to breathe. We didn't really get much character interaction after Uzi defeated the Solver. It kind of just, you know, ended. Like, obviously it had an ending, and I thought it was a satisfactory ending for the most part. I was satisfied. I wouldn't say it was a terrible episode by any means. It was peak. It was absolute peak fiction, but you know, I'm sounding like a broken record here. Either way, I love Murder Drones. I'm so sad to see it come to an end, but you know, I will forever be a part of this fandom. Thank you once again, Yagsterr and the entire Murder Drones fandom, for having me be a part of this. Goodbye, Murder Drones. We love you.
Greetings everyone, I am the Sleepy Star. You probably know me for many things, but do you actually care? So, Murder Drones, where do I even begin? Wait, you don't know what Murder Drones is? Well, 1, you click on the wrong video, pal, and 2, here's a quick summary for your troubles. Anyways, yeah, Murder Drones was honestly quite a unexpected, but definitely a unforgettable viewing experience that many of us here never thought we would ever stick alongside it for these past few years, but here we are. What even got me interested in the show at all was just how different it was from the usual norm of growing up with SMG4 content. If you ever watch a single SMG4 video, which you definitely have, you probably already know the style of YouTube poop level of humor. If not, perhaps instead you watch some of the many arcs the channel has offered. So it was no surprise when Glitch announced that they were going to make their own show. I was extremely hooked from the start. Yes, even though Meta Runners was a fun watch, can't say the same for Sunset Paradise, I just felt those shows was just a more higher budget version of their arcs. Therefore, why when Murder Drones was announced, it immediately stand out from the crowd, with 2 key factors playing in. 1, it's going to be a completely new idea that wasn't relying on SMG4 characters, and 2, it was going to be someone else running the show instead. Introducing Liam Vickers. This wasn't my first rodeo with the man himself, as I too check out a familiar web series prior him. I absolutely adore Cliffside when it came out, so when it was said that it was Liam himself running the show, it was quite a refreshing break to finally see someone else to take leadership in a project beside Kevin and Luke. And so when the pilot was eventually released to the public 3 years ago as of today, history was made. I have never seen a show so funny, so dark, so dramatic, so lore heavy all in one before. Hence why the show was quite a unique discovery for most of the creators in this video. Getting more emotional here, Murder Drones overall not only changed Glitch moving forward, no shit, but it also heavily impacted my life too, changing so many aspects that I never thought would ever see the light of day. It gave me many, and I do say many, opportunities that would never obviously happen without the existence of the show. It helped my channel with the little boost it needed, inspiring me to not only create stories of my own, but game projects as well. And probably the most important thing by far, getting the chance to meet some really cool people like Vanity Moth, a huge inspiration to the channel, Slayer and Tyro, 2 people who actually have a more functional brain than me, and of course the most glazing person here, Yagsterr. Can't believe I'm saying this, but without my humble discovery of the now deleted Yagsterr Discord server, I wouldn't be here at all. That sounds cliche like hell, however, that's the truth. Despite being a small creator like myself, I never expected for this whole community to basically become a guiding path to a more enjoyable success story from nobody to somebody. I have learned a lot, and no doubt in my mind, seeing the many ups and downs in not only the show itself, but also the people around me. However, regardless, this gave me motivation to continue. I gotta admit, this video alone already feels like me winning an Oscar or something. What even made this possible in the first place is the fact that since this community is pretty small, it's fair to say it was very easy to fit in. Even though the show has finally concluded its 8 long episode stay, Murder Drones will forever stay in my heart as the best indie animation project I have ever seen. Just like the people before me, and probably already hear this line like 50 times today. But I have been your host, Sleepy Star, and thank you, Murder Drones.
Right, so there are a lot of people here, so I'm going to keep this brief. Hello ladies and gentlemen, drones, dogs, cats and spooky snake crabs, my name's Uncom, curator of minor mistakes and incorrect theories, most of which belong to this show. It's been a wild couple of years, hasn't it? Whether it be theory crafting, slaving away in my editing software and wearing out my Control and Z keys, or sending stupid memes in Discord chats, this show has been on my mind pretty much constantly for over 700 days, and has left a lasting impact on my life. Not only is it the reason my channel exists, it's been something to look at and talk about during my downtime in life. My perspective on the show as a member of its largely young adult audience has also been influenced by it coinciding with my last 2 years of high school. 2 years in which I have been beaten, battered, bruised and rejected by the Australian education system, and have fallen asleep drooling over my chemistry homework more than once. Murder Drones and the content made from it helped me so much in that regard. It gave me escapism, the ability to go somewhere else, to be the sarcastic internet man and forget about deadlines and calculus. And for that, I am forever grateful. This show has also let me make an impact on the lives of other people. I was told that I was an inspiration to more than one person on this project, and while I'm not sure what kind of lessons that's helped them learn, the ability to make a difference and to make people's lives better is my own personal opinion on why we exist. So while I'm happy with my small imprint on the lives of a few, Glitch and Liam should be so incredibly proud of the tremendous impact they've had on hundreds of thousands of people. For you have made the world a better place, and that's something we should all aspire to do.
With Murder Drones finally being over, it's not only a new chapter in indie animation, but in my YouTube career as well. Although I'm more than confident I could have been as successful as I am now on YouTube without ever having touched Murder Drones, I am still glad I did. And becoming a well-known figure in relation to Murder Drones made me feel like I was a part of something and like what I had to say mattered to a fan base made up of literally tens of millions of people. So believe me, that was very rewarding. But when I think about my history with Murder Drones, it's not the videos I made or the community I find myself remembering the most fondly. It's that I had something to look forward to. I'm not sure about many of you, but when it comes to media, be it movies, video games, or shows, it's felt like for the past 5 or 6 years, there might only be 2 of each of those mediums that has anything of high quality come out of it every year, making the search for new forms of entertainment feel more like a Sisyphean punishment than anything else. So when Murder Drones premiered, and it was confirmed to become a full-fledged series, it was something I could always rely on to entertain me and something to look forward to. And when you are watching everything you once knew and cared about be abandoned or defiled, just having one show you can always rely on can feel like a much-needed reason to keep holding out and looking forward to the future. It's a promise that even though you know that in the future you will encounter disappointments, tribulations, and the general feeling at times that your life is more of a punishment than a gift, something as menial as a good piece of entertainment like Murder Drones was can make you forget all of that and remind you that there are some good things left to look forward to and to cherish them while they are still around. So despite the fandom, the shipping wars, the YouTuber feuds, the hiatuses, the finale, the merch prices, the show's writing, the refusal to accept N as a bad character, the age debates, the runtime, the pacing, and J, it was all worth it. My very first video on Murder Drones started with me criticizing the mainstream animation industry, and in the nearly 2 years since then, somehow it has only gotten worse. With Cartoon Network on the verge of being shut down, and basically every animated series barely making it past 2 seasons, if even that before they are cancelled. But in that time, we have witnessed a meteoric rise in indie animation, and even though Murder Drones is by no means at the forefront of this cultural shift, it still is the first indie animated series in the 2020s to be fully complete and finished. There may be a melancholic sentiment behind the fact that Murder Drones is the first recent indie animated series to end, but think about what that means for the indie animation industry from an outsider's perspective. Glitch made a full, and arguably complete series, that garnered over 200 million views over its life cycle. The fact that an 8-episode show could have that many views with 3 hiatuses throughout its lifespan cannot be ignored, and if you were to show those numbers to any executive in the mainstream animation industry, they would be impressed. And keep in mind, this show was made entirely off YouTube ad revenue and merch sales. This show probably only has a fraction of the budget any other television network or streaming service show has. Murder Drones may have been overshadowed by various other indie animated projects, but what it was able to accomplish was nothing short of amazing, and is worth being celebrated for the sheer fact that a project like this could be made. But outside of Murder Drones' relevance to indie animation, mainstream animation, and the crushing knowledge that time will make everything you care about eventually become a memory, this show still means much more to me on a symbolic level of how you don't need a wealthy background or to know the right people to turn an idea into reality, as Liam Vickers is the embodiment of what you can achieve with enough dedication and hard work. I have been a fan of Liam Vickers since the week Cliffside premiered back in 2018, and ever since then he has been one of my favorite content creators. So for him to get to be a lead director of a show this big will probably change his life, as he can use Murder Drones as a reference to his creative ability, which should guarantee him a position in basically any animation field he chooses in the future. This show has assured him having an opportunity to pursue any project he makes from this point forward, as even if one of his worst written projects can be this successful, just imagining what he will be able to achieve in the future is a promise that more amazing content from him will be made, and if nothing else, that is something worth holding out hope for.
What's up, my guys and gals? It's your boy Tyromaniac, back with another Smoking Hot video, and today wait a minute, this isn't right. There we go. Much better. But yeah, so anyways, today I guess I'm here to talk about Murder Drones, because I agreed to this project that Yag told me to do, so here we go. Yeah, so as surprising as it may be for a lot of you, I actually didn't discover Murder Drones on my, like when it first dropped. Murder Drones was something I discovered like a few months later in like April. If I remember the story correctly, it was like 2 a.m. on like a Thursday night, and I was just working on my homework, and I was just browsing IMDb, as normal people do, because I had gone down the whole, learning with Pibby rabbit hole, and that was just kind of funny. So but yeah, then it was like, I saw this cover art for this show, and it looked really cool, because there's like this girl holding this skull, and there's this guy behind her with these these claws and all this so I looked at it and I see this trailer and I'm like, I should watch this. This show Murder Drones sounds familiar, because I had always been a fan of like SMG4 and stuff. I got like into it and out of it and just all that kind of stuff. So but yeah, so I'm watching this trailer and I'm like, oh, this is really good. I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this show right now. And so at 2 a.m. I just boot up YouTube. I just watched this whole pilot, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I gotta write a video about this. And I like Murder Drones for like a lot of reasons. I've said a lot of them in my reviews, where it's just like, it's just cool. It's just this essence of cool. That's why I like Murder Drones. I've always liked Murder Drones. That's kind of why that's why I've stayed with it. But the reason I got into it is like a lot more just personal, I guess. I don't know, the psychotherapy session time, how it is. Yeah, so it was like, very special, actually. Very special day in April, where it was like, obviously I was trying not to work on homework, but it was like senior year of high school for me. So, it was, like everything's about to change, about to go to college, about to leave hometown behind, all of that. So I was just kind of like looking for something to latch onto, maybe. No idea if that's actually true. That's just kind of like the armchair psychologist explanation I've come up with for myself. And it's also, call me crazy, I had like my window open, right, and it was like dark as hell, and there's just something about that nighttime spring air wafting in through the window. It's has this very nostalgic effect on me, and so watching Murder Drones as I had that going on too was just kind of like, I'm sure I sound absolutely insane, and I probably am, but I think you guys can kind of tell what I'm talking about, right? You get the point I'm trying to make. But yeah, so I was up till like 5 a.m. that night. I had school the next day, but I was up till 5 a.m. anyways, working on that script, and I got the whole thing done, faster than I've probably gotten a video out in actual years at this point. And yeah, so I made that first Murder Drones video. It actually very underperformed. It was actually kind of funny. It took like a week, I think, to get 100 views, which was good for the time, but considering now where it's like 18,000 subscribers, it's a little bit bad, but interesting tidbit. That was actually supposed to be the first and last video I'd make about Murder Drones, because the way it is with me is it's like I don't want to really milk things to death with my enjoyment of them. Yeah, so it obviously didn't stay that way. I made the LV animation video, and I made the SSTWL video, and then I made the Indonesian Cube video that blew up, and then, everything snowballed into where we are today, basically. And then, somewhere along the line, I found this one Australian guy. You might have heard of him before. He's called Unhelpful Commentary. Then at some point, also found Vanity Moth, Yagsterr, Sleepy, all these people. I'm sure you've already seen them in this video, but yeah. And I think that really is the biggest impact Murder Drones has had on my life overall. Like, obviously it was a really good series. I enjoyed watching it, got really invested into it. I think that became my hyperfixation for like the next 2 years, I'd say. But yeah, the biggest impact really was on like YouTube in like the whole world of the internet, where despite the massive egomaniac that this is going to make me sound like, I kind of want to say that I was one of the first people in what we kind of call the MDTuber community today. Like, obviously I know, Inferno YT, he was making videos before me. I'm sure there's other people who were that I don't know about. As much as I can remember, as much as I've heard other people talk about, I was kind of the first to come out with that like kind of review, and just like then looking at Liam's older projects and then sticking with consistent reviews of Murder Drones. And despite what it sounds like, I'm not saying that to brag. I'm not saying this like, oh, look at me and how important I am. Ooh. That's not what I'm trying to do, okay? The reason I'm really talking about this is just to say that, like, this is kind of the first time I've really been part of a community like that, at least as far as, like, YouTube and online goes. And it really was, like, what took me from being this, like, guy who just uploads gaming videos to get, like, 10-ish views to, like, where I am now of actually some importance in online spaces. It's now I realize that the longer I talk about this, the more terminally online I sound. Another thing I do also kind of have to mention with Murder Drones is that it was like kind of the introduction to Liam Vickers' content as a whole, and that I think is also what had a huge impact on me, I guess more personally. Not in like an emotional sense, I mean it did. I can't really say it didn't impact me emotionally when I almost cried at both Design and Black Dogs, and yes, I'm not afraid to admit that. Make fun of me all you want, watch them, you'll do the same thing. But yeah, but it's just like, I think Liam Vickers' content really helped me kind of, and Murder Drones too, obviously, this is about Murder Drones, but yeah, that kind of like discovering that I like that kind of content, I guess, was what kind of pushed me to where my tastes in content are today. Because I played Resident Evil as like a middle schooler, I guess, and I played those games and I really enjoyed them because I really enjoyed that idea of like these sort of biomechanical, like bioorganic like terrors. And there's a lot of that in like Liam Vickers stuff. Like you have Indonesian Cube, you have Design, you have like, it happens in Murder Drones too with more of like the biomechanical aspect. And it's really cool. And I guess discovering, like going down this rabbit hole really helped me understand that that's the kind of stuff I like. But it's also like indie animation as a whole. I kind of mentioned this in my final Murder Drones review, but like I probably would never have watched a lot of these indie projects, like like Has Been, Hell of a Boss, Ungezellig, Digital Circus. I probably wouldn't have ever watched any of them if I hadn't like been so sucked in by Murder Drones. And like I said, obviously talking about Murder Drones and making these videos about it brought in a lot of that YouTube moolah dollar, a lot of that. I really don't care about that as much. It's just it's obviously one of the biggest, just look at it purely analytically, right? Like just look at the facts objectively. That is probably the biggest impact that Murder Drones has had on my life, is that it took me on YouTube from like being absolutely nobody to a nobody with a slightly bigger number attached to my name. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people on here who, they talk in their segment and it's like, oh, Murder Drones helped me through really tough times and like emotionally, and like I got really like emotionally attached to this show. Hey guys, editing Tyro here to actually myself, but when I say there's like no emotional impact I had on Murder Drones, I mean that like I didn't get super emotionally invested into it while watching, but then I thought about it, I kept thinking about it after I recorded this, and I realized there is actually like a huge emotional impact it's had on my life, so I'll just get into that right now. So it's basically what I said earlier of like, like the cold spring breeze like brings this nostalgic effect. So what that is, that's specifically from the time in my life that I discovered this series, where it's like, it's like high school's ending, I'm about to go on to bigger and better things in my life. That whole time just had this whole vibe to it in my memory that has a very like, powerful effect that reminds me of that, and it takes me back. Because of when I found Murder Drones and when that led me down the Liam Vickers content rabbit hole, it's just sort of ingrained itself into that kind of memory. And so that is a huge part of why Murder Drones and Liam Vickers content in general still means so much to me. It'll just take me back, I guess, to like when I was first discovering it all, when I was first obsessed with it all. Anyways, yeah, back to ugly ass IRL me. I'll let him take it from here. I mean, I kinda did, maybe not to the same extent where like it changed every aspect of my life across the board, but I think it really just, you know, it really did play like a big part. Like there was kind of this canon event of finding murder drones. Like a lot of things in my life probably would have gone a little bit differently had I not, you know, found this show. So anyways, I do have to apologize if this is like really hard to follow. I'm trying this new thing where like I'm not actually scripting this video, and this is like the first time on this channel I've ever really done that. So if this sounds absolutely schizophrenic, you just have no idea what I'm talking about or why I'm saying it, or like, hey, who is this guy who's just suddenly on my screen? You know, like obviously I do apologize, but it's, you know, this is a very like personal thing to talk about with like, you know, it's the show that I've been following for like 2.5 years at this point. Yeah, so I guess all that's really left is just to say, you know, thank you, Murder Drones. Oh my god, he said the thing! He said the name of the video! Not actually the name of the video, by the way. We kinda had to change that. Hey yo, what's this guy talking about? But anyways, yeah, so thank you, Yagsterr, for having me on the project. Thank you all of you for watching, and thank you, Murder Drones.
Seriously, don't do that again.
Uzi.
Well, before we end this once-in-a-lifetime collab, we have a few things to say.
While the actual show may have ended for the time being, it doesn't mean that there won't be more murder drones.
The community is very hard at work at the moment. There are tons of fan projects in the works to continue the show's legacy, and I mean, I'm sure you guys are gonna all love them.
Here are just a few of the upcoming MD projects that you can look forward to, with some words from the creators themselves.
Let's roll the clips.
I'm back in 3D, sort of, I guess. Okay. Hi, I'm still RSpace, and I've returned on behalf of my production group to tell you a bit about an upcoming Murder Drones fan project called Murder Drones Interstellar. MD Interstellar is an alternate universe animatic/comic series where essentially JC Jensen isn't the only corporation in interstellar space, with tales of corporate espionage and warfare, and a look into JC Jensen's past and the creation of the Solver. We don't have much to show in terms of visual representation because we're still in the writing phase, but more will be revealed on our Twitter and YouTube. The animatics will be similar in style to Intermission, albeit with 3D backgrounds, like the actual storyboards done for MD episodes. Currently I'm the only animator. It will also be fully voiced with music, and music is currently done by MVK and I. We're a team of 13 and counting, still looking for people to help, and we go by the name Stardrift Productions. If you feel like it, please check out our channel on Twitter, and we're always looking for more help. Anyway, I've been RSpace again, and thank you for listening to this. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Hey everybody, it's me again, Zander Russell. I'm here to talk about my own projects real quick. 3 of them being Murder Drones fan projects, and one of them is being an original project. So first off, I want to talk about Strays, which is the first one I've made. So, this project follows the story of Axel and Rose Bridges, who are 2 adventurous worker drones, who meet a squad of disassembled drones that were knocked off course from their original destination. So, basically, in this project, there's a whole bunch of, like, wacky stuff. It's much more horror focused. It's gonna get quite mature, it's gonna get quite brutal as time goes on. and very quickly, actually. So that's gonna be a fun one, definitely. Alright, for the next one, we have End of the Line, which is fairly obvious as well. End of the Line takes place after episode 8 of the original series, following Uzi and her impending assimilation, or rather AI removal, due to Sin, or the Solver. But this is the Solver, not actually Sin, so just putting that in there. So, this is going to be fun. It's going to be a cool project. We're already working pretty hard on it. I've finished the script, and we're getting voice lines in, and all that's going on. And we have the absolute legend Kalejoy, or Cole Larker, being the animator, which, holy smokes, it's an honor. And yeah, just really fun so far, and I'm happy you guys are liking what you've seen from it so far. Next up is World Unknown. So this one I'm not going to talk about too much because I haven't started it yet, and I won't be starting it for a long time. So World Unknown is basically like a big old Murder Drones fan film, which is gonna hopefully bring together a lot of familiar faces in the community. I wanted this to be a very community-based project where like everyone comes together to make something cool. But I don't know how I'm gonna accomplish that. It's gonna be fun though, like eventually when we do it. And last but definitely not least, we have my own personal original project, original IP, known as Replicate. Now, Replicate is... Whoa, what just happened there? Anyway, Replicate is, something I've been sitting on for a long time, and I'm finally working on it again, which is awesome. I've been wanting to start this for a long time. But, yeah, basically, I'm gonna read out the synopsis for you guys. The year is 2130. After another average day in New Erdenberg, the city of androids, Lewis's life takes a downward spiral when his parents are killed in a freak car accident. After being left with him and his younger brother, Lewis has to take a typical janitor job at Erdenberg Androids. It ends up with him rescuing an android known as V8, a mysterious and on-the-run android looking for freedom to live among humans. Lewis and V8 only have a few things in common: a dream to live outside the walls of the city and to make it out safely. So I'm hoping for this project that it's going to be 3D animated, and well, let me just tell you what it draws from. It draws from like Cyberpunk 2077. It draws from Next Gen. A lot of just really cool futuristic projects like Blade Runner and all that. So that's going to be really fun. I've started writing the pilot script, and eventually there's going to be a Kickstarter, so check out for that. But for now, those are just my projects, and there's really a lot to look forward to on my end of things. But of course, check out every single person in the community's own fan projects. Like, they are awesome, they are freaking cool, I love them so much. I love to see what people make. But yeah, that's it for me. Moving on to the next person.
That's right, we're going to be attempting to produce a full abridged series of the show. All the characters will have new voices, new personalities, and be put in new diabolical situations, with the entire show re-edited into a chaotic but hopefully functional new story.
If you thought the original show was crazy enough, you haven't seen anything yet.
That's right, Yag. This has been in the works for a long time and will still take some time to be created, but we thought now was the time to announce that we exist.
Dyer has been working on this project for a while now, and he really can't wait to show you what he's been cooking up.
Exactly. This project will be kicking into overdrive now, so look forward to seeing more from this project soon. Stay tuned, and I hope to see you soon.
Well, that appears to be the end of the clips. It's been an amazing 4 hours. Wouldn't you agree, Dyer?
Yeah, Yag, it's been an amazing project, and everyone's worked so hard on it. I'm glad it's all come together.
3 whole years led up to this, and we couldn't have asked for a better love letter to the show.
So, first things first, we'd like to all thank you for watching this project all the way until the end.
Especially considering how long this project is.
Well, I guess we wouldn't have it any other way.
To be clear, this is not the end of Murder Drones content, rest assured. We are still going to be here. There are lots of fan projects in the works as we speak. Murder Drones will live on.
Genuinely, just don't worry about it. The show's over, but the fandom is here to stay.
Absolutely. This is only the start of a new era of Murder Drones as a whole.
The fact that this project was made to begin with is a testament to how strong the fandom is and shows how united we are as a community. So, from the 3 of us, we'd like to thank each and every single content creator who has participated in this project. It truly and quite literally would not have been the same without them.
This project has single-handedly made both mine and many other creators' years.
We can't thank this show enough for what it's done. Its impact it's had on our lives, and generally just how freaking good it is. Murder Drones is absolute cinema.
I'd like to quickly say that whilst I may get a lot of the credit and recognition here, this honest to God would not be possible without the help of 2 certain individuals. And, wouldn't you know it, they're both standing right next to me. Tyro made the entire trailer for this project, and he also helped edit the entire project, which I genuinely cannot commend enough. He deserves a lot of support and a lot of love and a lot of everything for just helping make this possible. His dedication and devotion to the project was unrivaled, and, well, to be frank, he's just a real one.
Why, thank you, Yag. It was my pleasure to help out and do both of them.
Next, I have to personally thank Dyer. He was basically the manager for the entire project, and he did his job exceptionally well. He was integral to finishing the project from start to finish. And, well, he was basically our backbone, and I'm eternally grateful for the role that he played.
Of course, Yag, I definitely wasn't locked in your basement this whole time.
Anyways, please, genuinely, go show love and support to everyone inside this project, cause we really would not be here today without them. Finally, we'd like to all just say, thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones!
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones!
Thank you, Murder Drones.
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 Thank you, Murder Drones. Woo!
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones. Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drones!
Ah! Thank you, Murder Drones!
Thank you, Murder Drones.
Thank you, Murder Drone.
Thank you, Murder Drones.
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 Thank you, Murder Drones.